The invisible force that governs our world without it, we wouldn't be able to contemplate a universe giving rise to creatures such as ourselves, to question the concept of time.
Is it a fundamental building block of the universe, or simply a product of our perceptions? Does time flow like a river, carrying us implacably forward, or could this flow be nothing more than a clever illusion, a trick played by our brains? Time, this invisible, intangible force, is at the heart of everything we do. Time dictates our decisions, and perhaps most profoundly, it gives our existences meaning and purpose. Time, or more specifically, the lack of time, is the reason why we do everything. And yet, despite its undeniable importance, we know astonishingly little about it. We understand time linearly, intuitively. You probably know what time is until someone asks you to explain it. Not only this, but this concept seems to change its very own nature when looked at from different perspectives. That is what caught my attention, and that is the reason why this panel was created. Hello everyone, my name is Nicolas Tello. I am a 12th grade student here at ISL, and I will be your host for today. And I am honored to welcome to my panel Beyond the Hour of Time, two renowned professors in both physics and philosophy who have done important work on the topic. To my left, we have Dr. Keller, a doctor in applied physics from Stanford University, whose groundbreaking work in ultra-fast laser technology and quantum mechanics led her to winning the European Inventor Award in 2018, amongst others. To my far left, we have Dr. Sieroka, a doctor in both philosophy and physics from the University of Bremen, who has published 8 books and more than 40 articles in scientific magazines on the intertwining things of time and the mind. Now, with further ado, please join me in giving a big round of applause for our distinguished panelists, Dr. Sieroka and Dr. Keller. For the first 25 minutes of this session, we will allow our panelists to answer the questions I have prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions that you have about the panel. I would then like to open the discussion with you, Dr. Keller. When people try to look for a definition of time as a concept, modern humans tend to describe it from a purely scientific and numerical perspective. For this reason, let's begin from the most fundamental level. Can you please briefly explain to us how your area of study understands time?
Yeah. Okay, so the time, the way it's defined, it's in principle very simple from a physics point of view. And this is how many, if you take a periodic movement, you know, a pendulum, and then you just ask how many oscillations are there in a second. And so if you take the pendulum faster and faster and faster, you define the second faster and more accurately. So the time is something that in this regard is actually a very well defined property. We cannot control it, we just measure it with higher and higher accuracy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Keller. Now, to understand where this scientific view of time as both a tool and as a concept comes from, it is also necessary to look at it to look at the thought process from the very beginning. Can you, Dr. Sieroka, please explain to us what were the first notions from early thinkers to understand this concept, and what was its initial purpose?
Mm-hmm. So I think the main purpose of time is always to coordinate something, to coordinate us, to coordinate actions, and it's at least for the Western tradition, actually the oldest quote we have in Western philosophy is already one that says that everything goes along according to the order of time, right? The order of time is really the oldest phrase we have. And you mentioned the linearity, so I think there's always one aspect of linearity and one aspect of circularity in the thing. So things are changing, happening in time. There's change, right? But there's also repetition, right? As with the pendulum, something has to reoccur, right? Otherwise, we can't count anything if we can't recognize something as being somehow similar. So ideas of repetition and change are always both needed for a concept of time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siroka, and that leads me perfectly to another point. You mentioned time as being both linear and sometimes circular, maybe, because this concept of time as something linear hasn't always been our thought of time. Can you please explain briefly this further from maybe a point of view of ancient civilizations?
Oh, okay. So, I mean, I think in ancient civilization, periodicity is something which was more important maybe in daily life as it is for us, right? They were counting their times in terms of the Olympics or something. But then again, I mean, you might say, well, today it's linear, but coming not to physical time, but maybe to political time, for example. I mean, if you look at the political system of the US, it's very about periods, right? It's about presidentships, and we always have all the elections mainly in sync with one another, which, for example, in Europe, we don't do. We don't have the election of the European Parliament at the same day as we have the election of the Bundestag or the French president or something. So there we follow a different approach because we don't want that. But there you see that circularity or having established periods and having something more continuous is always something you have to negotiate, and sometimes you like more of that, and that changes historically, and that also is different between different cultures.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siroka. And now that you've talked a little bit about our modern understanding of time as something linear, maybe, we can link this back to Dr. Keller. Dr. Keller, in Newton's definition of time, which describes time as something linear, absolute, and universal, a backdrop for all events, could you please explain why this Newtonian view may be so dominant in our nowadays world, and why does it still feel so natural to us today?
I mean, basically, this is what we experience, and we measure time on a pretty lousy accuracy with our own senses. You know, I mean, when you think about it, you know, maybe, you know, a little bit millisecond is already beyond our normal ability. So if we want to measure anything or experience anything faster, then we have to get tools, right? Okay. And then when we have tools, then we of course go into a totally different spheres, and that's how we then discover that things maybe are a little bit beyond our own perception. And that's when we then learn new regimes, like that the time depends on the gravitational field, and then the time becomes relative, right?
Yeah, so thank you so much. And now that you mentioned time as something relative, maybe this idea, well, the most modern physical definition of time we have, Einstein's theory of relativity, shows time as relative, not absolute. This view of time has always amazed me because it completely destroys the concept of simultaneousness, two things happening at the same time. Could you please, Dr. Siroka, maybe explain to us how this breaks the idea of what is now for me and what may be now for someone else?
Okay, so there's a certain concern. I mean, we don't experience this in daily life, right? I mean, we are now talking about Einstein's theory of relativity, so the velocities are very high, nothing we encounter in daily life. But okay, what's the issue there? I mean, the issue is, okay, there might be something, from one perspective, event A and event B are simultaneously at the same time. For someone, from a different perspective, it's B and C, but not A, that's simultaneous. And there you might get a certain worry, because, I mean, usually in daily life, we would think that these kind of things should be, as you might say, transitive. So if A is simultaneous with B and B is simultaneous with C, then also A should be simultaneous with C, and now you can iterate that, and then you get nervous about then basically more or less everything being simultaneously, right? The physics has no problem with that, because physics doesn't assume transitivity in that context, right? But in daily life, you might assume that, and that makes some people concerned, but I don't know whether you really have to be concerned about that, because, I mean, this is something we don't encounter in daily life.
Sure.
No.
I mean, there is a connection to daily life. For example, the GPS, you know, the GPS wouldn't work if we wouldn't take into account that the time for a satellite is different than the time for us down here. So if Einstein wouldn't have come up with his general relativity theory, the engineers would have discovered it when we would have built GPS. So, yeah. So it has you use GPS all the time, so it doesn't work without the relativity of time.
Could you please also give us an example of maybe this, how time works as something relative, maybe and the idea of time dilation, perhaps?
Yeah, that's a messy thing. You know, you probably all have heard about the twin paradox, you know, where one person stays and the other one person travels and then comes back younger and so on. And that's, of course, that is, you know, as soon something is done in physics, and then the physicists are also a little bit guilty of that, because we like to make cool names, which then give a little bit wrong impressions, and then, you know, I like science fiction, you know, that's not, but, you know, there is fiction and there is science, you know. And then, of course, it's a whole spiraling out of the reality, because people become very creative. But the reality is there is no paradox about this twin, because it's not a symmetric problem, because in between there is acceleration when you go away. And acceleration, that's something absolute. This is, you can measure, and that breaks the symmetry. So a lot of people, when they go into these things about the twin paradox, it gets confusing. And you know, the reality is, you know, our feelings are totally wrong. I mean, all we physicists are doing is we're learning the physics, we're learning the math, and then we train ourselves to get used to it, right? Because that's how we finally say, oh, I understand. But the reality is we just get used to it, right? We get trained. I mean, you know, something that maybe most of you know, I mean, we don't know why two masses attract each other. We don't understand. We just measure it more and more accurately. But of course, you experience it as a baby when you try to get up and you fall down again, right? So you have the feeling you understand, but we don't understand. We just measure it. And so this is definitely something, this is what I like so much about science. You know, when you know, want to change the world, I hope you all go into science, you know. I mean, somebody has to first invent the solar panels that you can put them up, you know. So why are you not taking part of creating better solar cells? I mean, and especially women. I mean, I really think if you want to change the world and solve the problems out there, go into science and technology. But, you know, that's just a side remark besides the time. But, you know, we don't really understand that much as was what we think we understand, right? Yeah.
Thank you much. Thank you so
sorry,
much, Dr.
that was
Kelly.
a little bit of digression.
Dr. Shiroka, no, that leads me perfectly into my next point. Dr. Shiroka, what do you believe about this interaction between what we experience and what we think we know, as Dr. Keller just mentioned?
Mm-hmm. I mean, coming back to the to the physics, I mean, if you look at the level of the theories, then you immediately realize that the concept of time is not coherent at all, right? The concept of time in quantum mechanics is different than from general relativity, than from thermodynamics, and so on. So it's really that on the theoretical level, for sure there's a lot of work to be done. And then if you just leave the field of physics and realizing that time is such a fundamental concept in our daily lives, and we're talking about political time. If you're a religious person, you again have another schedule on top of things. And so I think, come back to why also humanities are very important, is somehow you have to try to understand and coordinate how this relates, right? Because after all, I mean, doing science is also a social or a human enterprise, right? And that's why I said in the beginning that I think also think on a fundamental level, really in terms of, okay, what role do repetitions play? What role does change play? I mean, these are then concepts which seem to be important, differently analyzed, maybe, or different in detail, but these are fundamental concepts important in physics as well as in religion, as well as in politics.
Yeah.
And so on.
So, I mean, maybe to say time on its own is well defined by its measuring of repetitive motion. And the circular motion or projection is an oscillation, right? So you take something that oscillates extremely fast and you measure this with higher and higher accuracy, right? So time on its own is well defined. But if you then say how long something takes, a fast event, that's when it can get messy. In classical physics, it's easy because you can follow a particle in position and time at every time, so you can follow the trajectory. But as you go into the microscopic world, that is not possible anymore. And then measuring how long does it take for a quantum mechanic, for a small little particle to go from place A to place B, that's when it becomes difficult, right? So, so measuring then time, and then when you actually go and study and learn about quantum mechanics, which is describing the physics of this microscopic world, you realize also from a theoretical concept and from the theory that time is different from momentum, which you can measure very accurately, because time shows up as a parameter and not as a measurable, observable in the theory. And that makes the whole thing very messy. So, for example, you know, you probably know that in the microscopic world, you can tunnel through a wall. As an electron, I can tunnel through a potential barrier. I can tunnel through. But of course, me as a person, I can't. Even so, in science fiction movies, it's always done. We know the probability if the electron hits the wall, what is the probability to go through? But how long it takes? We don't have an agreement, even today. So that makes the whole situation so exciting in physics right now. And it's relevant because as we evolving in the technology, we make everything smaller and everything faster. And so understanding these processes ultimately would help to make it also artificial.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Keller. And now that you mentioned that, you've actually done some groundbreaking work on ultra-fast lasers and maybe as well quantum mechanics. So can you please explain to us how your research has led you to a more exact understanding and maybe measurement of time?
Yeah, I mean, so I actually started off with building short pulsed lasers. So lasers that produce short laser pulses, you know, huge energy in a very short time. So, for example, your iPhone, the glass is cut by these laser pulses because you can really cut through anything without mechanically destroying it. And then ultimately, the properties of the short pulse laser actually let us invent the optical clock. So, you know, when you look at the visible light, it's a wave. It's, you know, the wavefront are coming. It's the frequency of optical light is hundreds of terahertz. So if we take light as an oscillator to define the second, we can normally not count it. Even if we take the fastest electronics out there, we cannot count it. But then with these lasers, the properties of these lasers actually allowed us then ultimately to count these really fast optical oscillations. And that's why, you know, the optical clock in comparison to the microwave clock, which is in the 9 gigahertz, the optical clock is like 5 orders of magnitude faster oscillations. We can now define second faster. Yeah. And so that is also something I never, ever, ever thought I'm gonna do at the end during, you know, the thing. And that is what is so exciting about it. And then also we came up with a new measurement to measure the tunneling time, and we measured the tunneling time. But the theoreticians don't agree, and, you know, we still don't agree, because each measurement in physics in this quantum mechanical world is not trivial, because you have to be very careful. Is your measurement actually influencing the result? How do you keep the parameters correct? And so this is still debated, you know. So and that's also a part of what is so fun in the science. You know, you go and explore and try to understand nature, the underlying truths, better and better and better, right? With new and new tools.
Thank you so much, Dr. Keller. And as we mentioned earlier, modern views of this is going back to the relative vision of time. we have modern views of the concept of space and time shown as a dimension, a block, completely clashing with our everyday understanding of time, as Dr. Soroka mentioned before. Because if time is a dimension, then the whole concept of free will or the present would lose its sense. So can you, Dr. Soroka, maybe perhaps explain this further and give us some insight about how this may impact the way we live our lives?
Mm-hmm. So I definitely agree that time is a dimension or an ordering parameter of events. But that can mean two things. There are two standard ways of having that kind of order. One is saying, okay, you have an earlier-later relation. That's usually what's of importance in physics. And then for our daily life, we have the concept in a more narrow in the sense we experience things of being past, present, and future. But that's, again, it's also an ordering parameter. And there are tricky questions about how these two relate to one another. Then with the question with the determinism, again, I'm not so worried about that. If I guess all that follows from that idea, even if you think everything is ordered in earlier, later, then the only thing you can conclude from that is, yeah, whatever happens tomorrow, right? But that is not very dangerous, right? That doesn't mean that what you do doesn't have any influence on what's happening. And usually we don't exactly know what's happening tomorrow, but just let's say the logical fact that whatever happens tomorrow, I'm fine with that. That doesn't bother me. Right?
Okay. But then also, if we think of time as a dimension, then if we look at space, for example, I can move through space. This is a place in space, and that's a place in space, and that's already there. Wouldn't that also mean that if time was a dimension, then we're basically moving towards something that is already there? Wouldn't that mean that the past maybe is just something we remember, but it's not really the past, it's just something we were in?
No, it still is the ordering parameter, whether it's earlier or later, or past, present, or future, that stays the same. That's not the thing. The one way to put it, what's the interesting thing about time as opposed to space, as you mentioned, I mean, we can't not move backwards in time, usually not. This again gives question about the directionality of time, which is not inherent in most of the theories in physics. So again, there are issues there. But you might need another concept which is of importance then, namely, so you have to say something about causality, as philosophers would call it, right? Some event triggering some other event. And that then you might say, okay, time is somehow the causal dimension of space-time, roughly put like that. But I agree. You have to tell about something more then, and that might be something related to causality.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Soroka. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have in terms of my questions. So now we're just going to take a 2-minute break to allow you to process all this information and to prepare any final questions for the panelists. Please, I would ask you to raise your hand if you have any and try to keep the questions brief. And I will do my best to get us to as many as you. Okay, so we will now begin with the questions from the audience. I would ask you again to please stand up when you receive the mic. State your name and school, followed by your question. Please keep it brief.
Dr. Soroka, what role does religion and cultural beliefs like reincarnation play on human perception of time?
So I think in everyday life we have a lot of, say, temporal layers, so to speak. I mean, we have our daily working life, you might have family life and something, and then it depends, I guess, on your background, whether religion is, again, a very important layer for that, right? And that gives you another schedule, because you then also have, I mean, talking about repetitions and change, right? In religion you have rituals, right? And then it's also interesting, because for a ritual to be a ritual, certain things have to be repeated exactly. Other things are not that important, right? So let's take a Christian context and baptizing something, right? I mean, the exact length of the shirt of the baby doesn't make any difference, right? But if the priest doesn't say a few certain words, then afterwards the baby is not baptized, right? So, but other things can change. So that's just to show why I think that this idea of repetition is so important. And then, I mean, with religion, I mean, if you hint at that, there's of course then another issue about our finite perspective, and maybe, depending on your religion, reincarnation, having some eternal perspective, right? And that leads to again, to a lot of tricky issues. Let me just mention one, because otherwise I can go astray here. But think of meditation, right, which is a practice in a lot of religions, also in the Christian context, where also maybe by repeating something again and again, you get into a state, because you're exactly repeating something, where you don't feel time you don't feel to be in the flow of time as usual, but things seem to be widened to a certain extent. You get a kind of, let's say, a glimpse of eternity. So it's really a lot of things in religion, and these were just a few brief hints, are really about these things, about repetition, about change, about having a certain, widening your perspective on time and on life.
Do you want me to answer too, with regard? And I will be very brief. Science and technology, we need to measure something. And that's the answer, right? As long as we can measure something, it's science and technology, and everything else is anything else, you know. So that is a very clear, I mean, as a scientist, probably a lot of scientists are not very religious, because, you know, we cannot measure all the things that are mentioned there, but it's not exclusive, but you just have to separate. Like, as much as you can enjoy a science fiction movie as a scientist, have to switch off my physics brain with everything that is wrong in the movie, you know, it's sometimes even entertaining, but, you know, you have to separate these two. And that's the nice thing about science and technology, right? I mean, something, when we conclude and say something, it has to be a measurable event. So in that regard, we're actually trying to understand what is really behind us better and better and better, right, in the world that we're living, which we don't really understand in a big way. I mean, think about all the laws that you learn, Newton law and all these natural constants that you learn. We don't know where they are coming from. Then you can start philosophy on that one. We don't know if they're really constant. We're just measuring them more and more and more accurately. And actually, the way with measuring the time, the second, defining the second more and more accurately, the inverse of time is frequency. So the frequency is the most accurate measurement observable, you know, in spectroscopy and so on. And if we measure those more and more accurately, they have natural constants in there. And one of our dreams, which probably is not going to happen during my working time anymore, but maybe we leave a few problems to you guys, is that we can do an experiment in space and ultimately show, hopefully, that these natural constants are changing. We don't have a theory for it, if it would change. But maybe by measuring a change, we would, you know, get deeper into what is behind of it all, right? Because, you know, when you study this, and he probably went through the same thing, it's amazing how successful we are with our science religion to a certain extent. You know, I do it in parentheses, because, of course, we make the statement, science is something that we have to measure, but our tools to see and observe and so on are somewhat limited. So every time we open up another tool, another sensor, we might see something that wasn't there before in our science, right? And that's why it's so exciting. You know, we have been on this journey of science, of developing new sensors and tools, and we're opening up this world that we still don't really understand. And there's lots of problems left for you guys, you know.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kelly.
And girls.
Yes, back there.
So that was the lecture.
Yeah, so I'm Louis, 17 at La Garenne, and I was just wondering, do you think time is linear and a never-ending line, or do you think at one point, like, it's kind of a loop and everything's going to start again?
Yeah. From
I
a physics
think-
point of view, I mean, I have, at this point, all the observable are, it's linear, and it's just a measurement of repetitive signals. We haven't seen anything else. But, you know, we keep measuring.
Yeah, I mean, if you meant it more broadly in terms of time in general, as we experience time, then again, there are both sides to it, right? The experience of time typically has something about the change of the seasons coming back, so it's had that aspect to it, right? You experience things again, and things happen again, in a certain sense. And of course, things are changing, right? That's the other. We are getting older, things like that. So definitely both aspects to it, as I mentioned in one of the first questions of Nicholas, that also with different cultures, with different historical periods, and maybe also through one's lifetime, you might experience one side of it stronger than the other. So that happens, and that's really something which is on issue, I think, in all dimensions of life and of existence.
You know how we make discoveries, actually? It's very often random walk, and we run into a problem, something doesn't work, and then by understanding why something doesn't work, we come up with a new discovery, a new way of looking at things, and so on. And every time we do this, our world becomes wider, and we learn something on it, right? So that's why we do experimental experiments. We do experimental physics, because you never know if something, I mean, the best that can happen to you if you design an experiment, that the outcome is different than what you thought, that you expect, because that would be the beginning of a discovery. So that is, to a certain extent, you can say maybe trying to understand the world we live in, to understand the brain we're using with our capability, being just two-dimensional and trying to understand three-dimension. Is that even possible? Probably the only way it's possible by getting disturbed from somewhere. Something doesn't work the way we expect it. And then realize, oh, this is an opportunity. So that is really why we do the experiments and why we push the envelope and why we keep measuring something more and more accurately.
Yeah.
So.
Sure. Thank you. And going back to maybe to add something else, going back to what you mentioned about experiencing times as something linear, both linear and cyclical, perhaps. I'm pretty sure if we looked at the world in a bigger scale, pretty sure the person who asked the question also meant maybe perhaps if the time would have an end, or if that would just repeat itself.
I mean, again, it depends on what we are talking about now. Are we talking about exclusively physical time and what our beliefs in cosmology are at the moment, or are we talking about something more general, about time in general as we are confronted with that in our daily lives? But let me then just say something about the cosmological models. I mean, the only thing we can say then is something based on the best theories we're having. And these best theories we're having, they of course rely on a lot of things. They rely on experiments we have done. They also rely on theories we have. And as already mentioned several times, also between the theories, there's still struggle, right? So it's not that we have a clear answer, and things might change. I think just because we had the religion, just to give you an example, from history, Newton himself, I mean, he was most fond not of his Principia Mathematica, not of the mechanics, but he calculated the end of the world based off the apocalypses from the Bible. And he thought that was the best math or science he had done in his lifetime, right? We today don't agree. But that also should make us a little, let's say, compliant about this thing. We should always work as best as we can. But it might be that the things we are most proud of, people in 200 years think, I mean, that was the great thing he or she did, but not that. Right?
Sure. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Yeah?
Oh, we're getting more and more questions. That's great.
Hi, my name is Sif, and I'm here as a high school student. You probably get this question quite a lot, but you mentioned time as a dimension. I was wondering if you think that it would be possible to travel in that dimension like we travel in the other 3 dimensions? So
I mean,
time travel.
Yeah, so, that of course got introduced with Einstein, because, you have X, Y, Z, this is our 3-dimensional space, and then you have time, right? And so it's just, so we are traveling in the time dimension, but we cannot control it at this point. I mean, I can control how fast the time is evolving as an observer and so on, but in principle, we don't really can control time we cannot go backwards or, stuff like this. Of course, how our brain perceives it, this is a different thing. Right? So yeah, time is an interesting thing. At this point, we cannot control it. It would be nice, if we could,
Yeah, and I might add, I think the point is, of course, first to be mentioned that we are traveling through time all the day, right, 24 hours a day. And I think just to come back to the notion of causality, I mean, that is the problem then, also a fundamental conceptual problem with the idea of going back in time, right, and being able to change the past where so many blockbusters rely on, right? But that really would lead to a huge difficulty or conceptualization. I mean, physics lives on that. And I don't know if some of you are, for example, interested in physics terms in string theory and with all these kind of curled up dimensions, but all these curled up dimensions, these tiny ones, are always spatial dimensions. For sure, not a temporal one, because that then let's say the cause and the effect are no longer in a good order, right?
And for example, string theory is a theory that is mathematically extremely beautiful and everything. I've been told, I'm not a theoretical physicist, but it led to nothing because there are no observables. So all theoretical predictions for an experiment turned out to be wrong. So that is pretty much kills that theory. So string theory is pretty much, I would say, down, 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 lots of nice math and so on, and maybe it's coming up again for other things, but that's the ultimate thing, right? We are using our mathematical tools to come up with theoretical prediction, but at the end we need to have observations. Because, these mathematical tools are also something that we created. Why did we create it? And it's amazing how far we got with these tools. You know, I mean, how mathematical the world is, the way we understand it today is always, you know, but maybe, you know, we also miss out on something else. And, you know, maybe the AI is going to help us a little bit, you know, because the capacity of this brain here is going a little bit at its limit. And maybe with AI augmented, we reach a new level. I mean, we're definitely in a singularity point, I would say, in terms of an evolution.
If I might add something on that, that might also be an interesting point for different, for integrating different levels of experience, right? If we say we have nature on one hand, and then we have mathematics, and then of course you might wonder why that fits, and then it seems to be like a miracle. But if you start from the perspective that well, we are the ones that investigate nature, that do the experiments, and we are also the ones that come up with theories, then it's, I guess, a complicated story you have to tell then, and famous philosophers like Kant would come into mind, but then it might not be, after all, not that much of a miracle, right? If both the experiments and the theories are,
the science
created. I don't know whether that's, but definitely we are the ones who are doing the experiments, right, and the theories.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you very much. I'm pretty sure we have time for one more question. So, sure, here.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Frederick, and I'm here from ISL. My question is to both you guys, but addressing your point earlier with the concept of time as like simultaneous events. You were talking about how event A and B and A and C happen simultaneous, but C and B not simultaneous. Does that suggest that time in some time pockets might occur quicker or slower? And if so, like, you could potentially utilize that.
Okay, so I was talking briefly about how things are in special relativity, and I mean, one thing they are talking about event A and B, I mean, these are really then point-like, so it's already an abstraction, right? It's really point-like thing. So yeah, maybe let me add something else then, and then you might say something more on the physics side, because part of the question I answered with that example was also the question that we are concerned about the now, right? And there's one thing about the now or the present. What does it really mean? Is it something extended or something? You can go then into a technical debate saying something like, okay, but okay, today is today, but then this afternoon is not yet. So okay, so it's now has to be narrower than a whole day, and that might then lead you to the conception of a time point. But it's really, that's then just an abstraction, and there are a lot of issues with abstractions. And maybe let me just add that we are on the other hand in daily life, and that's also why these also the GPS is important for us as a tool, but we don't experience the time delays that are calculated in there. And it's also because in our daily life, that's not so much an important point. I think we are very smart. We have a lot of presence we are living in, right? So at present, there's the youth forum, right? And then we mean something which lasts for about a day. If we talk about who's now the Swiss, whatever, football or ice hockey champion, then we give an answer of which we know it's also true tomorrow, and it was already true yesterday. So we are very smart in these kind of things. So there are a lot of presence we are living in our daily life, and then we come to this conceptualization of having point-like events and comparing them in physics. And I hand over to the question of whether we can use that technologically, right? That was
yeah. I mean, to be at two different places and asking about is an event taking place at the same time is tricky. It takes time to communicate and to find out if this is actually happening at the same time. Then we know from general relativity theory that, you know, depending on where you are in the gravitational field, your time passes differently. So even if the two observers initially were on the same spot and then moved to the different places, and you say, okay, after this and this time, this needs to be now exactly at the same time. This now must be the same for the other person. It's not, right? Because of that. And then in quantum mechanics, the whole thing becomes also pretty tricky, you know, because you can start an experiment, and because of entanglement, you can make two, you know, photons, light particles, propagate, and because they had, they were created together, they have a very specific property to each other. So when you make then a measurement on the one, you in principle then know what the other one is. And there is a lot of, you know, of course, PR and voodoo statement. I mean, basically what it means is that quantum mechanics, the theory, the way we understand it, is not local, like in the classical physics. And then we bring in all our classical things again in and make a little bit of a mess about it. We know that, you know, when we do science that our feelings very often are wrong, because, you know, our feelings are based on our sensors, and our sensors are very limited, right? We only see in the visible regime and look at the whole electromagnetic spectrum. That's why it's so much fun to learn science, because, you know, your sensors go up, right? I mean, that's the part. So let me just answer tricky.
Sure.
We could give whole lectures on that.
Thank you so much to both of you. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have today, as this session is now coming to an end. I would like to thank first the audience for your questions and participation, and I would also like to thank Dr. Keller and Dr. Siroka for sharing their insights and expertise in a very interesting topic. And so please join me in giving a big round of applause for our time.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would now please ask you to begin your transition to session 3. If you have any questions for the panelists, you are free to make your way into the stage, but be mindful of your next session. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
wrap up, so if you don't mind waiting a little bit just for that to finish up. So it's the session about the Holocaust survivors, so there's a lot to say. But yeah, we'll be right back when the people start coming in. Just a few more minutes, thank you. So hello everybody, if you could all please take your seats and turn your phones on silent, the panel will begin shortly. Thank you.
Heat waves, droughts, extreme precipitation, even fire. 3 degrees of warming is really disastrous.
57 million tons of plastic waste is generated around the globe every year.
Take, make, dispose. A linear economy isn't sustainable.
Goods are reused, refurbished or dismantled and recycled in a continuous circle. It's the circular economy.
Greatest rises in global temperatures. Last year, 2024, was officially the hottest year on record, reaching the 1.5 degrees threshold set at the Paris Agreement in 2015. At this rate, the risk of reaching 2 degrees by 2050 is extremely high. And the effects of these numbers are devastating. Just last week, a terrible as waste in landfills, incinerators, or the environment. This harmful cycle has got to end. We globally need to bend this traditional linear model into a closed circle with the addition of repair, recycling, and reusing. The circular economy gives waste value and thrives for an efficient closed cycle in which Earth's limited resources are no longer exploited. So what is preventing this switch to a transition into a circular economy from happening, and what can we do to speed up the process and transition more efficiently? Hello, my name is Stella Vavassori, and I am an 11th grade student here at IZL and a member of the website and series team. I'd like to welcome you to the panel on transitioning to a circular economy. Okay, joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome 3 experienced professionals working in various fields to increase circularity. Ms. Sandrine Tiquerio de la Salle is the Sustainability and External Affairs Director at Crown Bevcan EMEA, one of the world's leading companies in aluminium can packaging. She oversees the implementation of Crown's 20 by 30 goals, focusing on various sustainability goals, including improving the circularity of the aluminium can. She has also attended various climate conferences and engages with external stakeholders to drive this change. Next, I'm honored to welcome Ms. Sarah Liz Marty. This marks her 3rd year at participating in YFS. She's the Corporate Responsibility Manager at Mammoth Sports Group, a climbing and mountaineering brand with a strong focus on sustainability. She oversees the annual sustainability report and circularity projects, and additionally has recently launched her own brand, Common Goods, last June, which disrupts the idea of ownership through the sharing economy. Finally, it doesn't bend. Okay. Finally, I'm honored to welcome Veza Bambajau, a WEF Global Schaefer youth climate activist and sustainability consultant at EY. He does various work regarding the circular economy and additionally is also the founder of the Africa Association, working for diversity between Swiss and African universities. So the first 25 minutes of this panel will allow the panelists to answer some of the questions that I have prepared, and then the remaining time will go to you, the audience, to ask any questions you may have on the topic. So to open this discussion, I would like to ask the panel, why is a transition to a circular economy crucial? What are its benefits to both the environment and the economy? Maybe if Veza, you'd like to start on this.
Sure, thanks for the question. I would answer the question in simple terms that when it comes to circular economy, I definitely see in the field and with the corporates I'm working with that we want to try to keep a resource as long as possible in use. What it means on an environmental level, that we try to protect ecosystems, we try to protect natural habits, and when it gets more interesting for a firm as Ernst & Young, on an economical level, there are many aspects to it, but I would highlight the cost aspects. There have been use cases or just companies seeing, okay, on a longer term, actually you can reduce costs by investing in circular economy practices. But cost not only on a monetary level, I would also say, for example, on a reputational level. So we have Mammoth today with us, for example. So I'm the kind of person, whenever I do my research, I want to buy a new backpack, I do somehow expect from a company like Mammoth that they tackle that topic for their products as well. It's definitely not the only solely decision-making element when I'm buying a product, but here again, I think it's important that companies invest in the topic of circularity because of the cost aspects, monetary or also reputational wise.
That's really interesting, thank you. And maybe Sarah, if you'd like to continue.
Yes, maybe I want to go back one step. It was already in the intro video, you know, the take, make, waste kind of paradigm we live in. And I think the circular economy opens up so many opportunities there to kind of, in the between make and waste, to really expand and use products as long as possible, use materials as long as possible, because it's the only way that we can, you know, stay below the 1.5 degrees. Maybe also, I mean, the environmental benefits, I think they're obvious, right? I think in terms of the economic benefits, I don't know, maybe a question to the room. Do you guys have an idea how many textiles are being recycled today? Maybe I'll get a raise of hands. I'm going to tell you first, so below 10%, between 10 and 20%, between 20 and 50%, and above, or between 50 and 70%. Can I get a raise of hands below 10%? Between 10 and 20%? Between 20 and 50%? And between 50 and 70%? Yes, so I'm sorry to say, we're currently at 1% of all textiles globally being recycled at the end of their life. And if that doesn't scream for opportunity, then I don't know what.
Thank you, that's really interesting, and I think really shocking as well. I feel like people would, as we see, expect much more to be recycled. Sandrine, would you like to finish off on this question?
Yeah, I think we mentioned the take, make, waste. I think I'm working the packaging, and indeed, if we think about packaging, we need to find a bin to put your package on, and we dispose, but we don't think what is going to happen afterwards. And I think the idea is that we need to change this mindset. So this is for packaging, but this is for textiles, this is for all the products that we use on a day-to-day basis. Before coming to this panel, I checked the circularity report, which is made by an organization called Circle Organization, I think. And I thought, okay, maybe we're progressing. More and more people are aware of what is circular economy and are aware of that we need to change models. And in fact, the report, you can read it online, it says that, yeah, this awareness has increased, but our business models, our society is actually not changing. And they are saying that we're still using virgin materials. We'll talk about aluminum afterwards, but we're still using too much virgin materials and not enough secondary materials. We'll talk about aluminum can be recycled a lot, and in virtuous circles, actually. So I think, and they mention a rate of 7%. So you mentioned 1% of textiles being collected and recycled. That is true for all what we produce, manufacture, use every day. In fact, we are just at the beginning of this transitioning. So we need to go a lot further. So in terms of environmental benefits, of circular economy, we mentioned it, less landfilling, where our textiles go today. Most of them go into, we were talking about Ghana with some of you. They actually, you've seen, these mountains of textiles in Ghana. So
that are currently burned down in Cantamanto.
Yeah. So in the packaging, I'll be talking a bit about where our packaging go, but a lot of them go to landfilling or to incineration, which is, we use the energy from incineration of plastics, for instance. But that's not what we want with our packaging. In terms of business benefits of a circular economy, I think there's a lot that has been said. There's a lot of new business models around circularity, whether it is recycling, having people collecting, recycling, in the collection of, products that we use, textiles, we'll talk about it. So I think, there's a lot to do. There's a lot of business benefits, but we are still very, very at this very small step of this transition.
That's very true, yeah. And so you mentioned aluminium. You've done a lot of work to increase the circularity of the aluminium can and crown. So what have been some of the greatest challenges that you've seen so far?
Yeah, at Crown, we have a sustainability strategy that you mentioned and program that is called 20 by 30. It's 20 goals that we want to achieve by 2030. We are already mid of this decade, so we are already seeing, you know, the results of our program. We're still a lot to do. I mean, we have a program with 5 pillars. One of them is climate action. Second is around water. The third one is around circularity. And I think both climate action and circularity actually goes together. And that is true, I think, everywhere. That is especially true for us because we use a material that is recycled. And if you recycle it, actually, you will eliminate most of the greenhouse gases from the production of virgin aluminium. For some of you that may not know, actually a lot of you may not know, but aluminium is made from extracting bauxite from mines. So you already have these steps. Then we are going to refine this bauxite, a lot of energy already at this stage, and then you make aluminium. And this is a huge amount of energy, of electricity that we use. So if you can recycle, you eliminate all these steps. So it's very important. So for us, the main driver has been to ensure that we collect our products at the end of their life. And that we can get our aluminium back in the circle and the economy. So, and maybe something I wanted to say just here, what are the main hurdles? I think I like the concept of triangle of inaction. I don't know if you know that concept. In a society, you have us, consumers, students, citizens, you have the governments, but we are also part of the governments, at municipalities, at local governments, and there is the businesses or the industries, etc. And all of us can do nothing. You know, we still buy, you know, clothes that will be thrown away, or the governments don't take actions because we don't ask them to take actions, and businesses don't do because, okay, consumers are happy with thrown away products. But if we all take a little action, then it forces all of the actors to move. So I think this idea of this triangle of inaction to move this into action is very, very important. And that's what we are trying to do by talking to public policies and public operators, us in the business, and talking to our customers and consumers about circularity.
Thank you so much for that. And I think what you said there about the triangle, that kind of links also to how can we motivate companies. So Vesa, since you're a sustainable strategy consultant, what are some of the greatest apprehensions you see that certain companies are facing currently today?
I would definitely say that there is no robust framework in place or regulatory framework in place because just out of experience, so EY, Ernst & Young, providing expertise and trying to tackle sustainability, especially my department, trying to tackle sustainability projects. A lot of times because companies come to us and say, hey, we heard about this law, do we need to comply with it or not? So a lot of motivation is really through the regulatory field, and we just don't see it that far now advance in the space of circular economy. But also to say to that, there's a lot of other, sustainability field is huge. There's I would say circular economy is one aspect to it. And it's just reality that a lot of companies that also approach us, they're just not there yet in the terms of there's must be other things first need to be tackled on than really having circular economy on the agenda point. And here I'm talking about greenhouse gas accounting. So many companies, out of surprise, really don't actually know how much emission they really emit out in this world. So we have this concept of scope 1, 2, and 3, and they're just not there in calculating the scope 3, also indirect emissions that they're getting through their services or products. So I would say it's definitely one point, the regulatory field that is not that much of advanced. But the second point, and it was mentioned in the panel here as well, is just the awareness, also the public awareness. At the end of the day, we are the we have the purchasing power. But if we don't demand it, or if we don't really try to shift our purchasing behavior, I think also companies and governments will not change at the end of the world. So actually, you guys here in this room, you're doing a great job. You're dedicating time to get a little bit more about that topic. Maybe it's your first time hearing about circularity. Maybe you want to just deepen your knowledge into it. But this is actually how we advance, also as a whole society, I would say.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to move back to Sarah. So at Mammut, you also do various sustainability approaches, and you have a lot of different goals that you want to reach. So what are some of them, and what are the challenges that you've also been experiencing with that?
Maybe I'll just highlight one project. Maybe overarching, I can say our circularity strategy is based on the 10 R's, with a specific focus on reduce, reuse, repair, and recycle. I mainly work in the repair side of things. We have different people working on other projects, but I think one thing or one project that is really interesting is our Close the Loop, or now Loop installation project. So in 2018, we did our first full Scope 1 and 3 greenhouse gas accounting, and to our biggest surprise, so just saying how important it is, we found out that about 14% of our overall impact comes from ropes. And it's very rarely that you would have such a big chunk of your carbon accounting allocated to one specific product. And the nice thing about ropes is that most of the time they're a monomaterial. So it's a polyamide nylon 6, which then makes it much easier also to recycle it. Now ropes, a PP product, there our focus is not so much in, I mean, it is also in prolonging the lifetime. There we have things like, you know, care videos on how you best look after your rope, how you wash it and whatnot. But we were like, okay, it's the ropes where we got to really do something, right? And we started collecting ropes that are no longer usable, that would be a danger to use. In climbing gym, people can send us back their old ropes. And then, well, before that, actually, we went to our manufacturers and we're like, okay, right, we're going to switch to renewable energy in the production, right? That was like the very first step we did, move to renewable energy at production level, which is really where also most of our emissions come from. And then we said, okay, what can we do at the very end of the lifetime of a rope? And then we started looking into all sorts of different avenues. We started off with chemically recycling our ropes and making them into t-shirts. But that was just the start. We were, we were like, well, there's more, The end goal, of course, is rope to rope. But it's quite a long way there, because it is a PPE product. We have to go through a lot of tests for it to kind of get to the market. So on the way, we thought, okay, well, if you look at this polyamide 6, it's actually quite fluffy. So we started looking at insulation material. Annoyingly, it didn't work so well. However, our rope manufacturer, they also produce other ropes, like industrial ropes, and they are made out of polyester. And in the manufacturing process, you always have waste at the start and at the end of the rope. And they used to just throw them away. And they were like, okay, we'll make some tests with your polyester waste, and found out actually it's an amazing insulation material. So now we use all the manufacturing waste from our rope manufacturer and make insulation material. Actually, I just took it off, but I have a little gilet I can show you afterwards that's made with the polyester insulation. But of course, we're still, in the R&D phase of ultimately coming to rope, which is, our goal, basically making ropes again with our own feedstock. Hurdles I mean, numerous, endless hurdles. I mean, yeah, we've been on this project for 4 years now. I think now we're in the process of building a whole kind of supply chain around and you know, going through all sorts of different chemical, mechanical recycling, enzyme recycling, all sorts of different ways, and building a supply chain where places are, transportation journeys are as short as possible, to ultimately maybe, I don't think in a year's time I'll be able to say we've got ropes, but one day, hopefully, we'll be there.
That's really interesting. Thank you so much. And so now going back to what Vesa was previously saying about regulation, I know, Sandrine, you've also attended various conferences and you have a lot of knowledge on that. So could you please comment on how regulations can be beneficial or also not beneficial to circular practices?
Well, I think in general they are beneficial. That's what I've seen. I think, like I said in my triangle of inactions, I think the government needs to take action and we need to push for these actions. Like you said, I've been working with governments here in the well, not in Switzerland, but in the EU. For instance, the EU has been very active in the field of a circular economy. You know, there was a new circular economy action plan launched during the first van der Leyen administration. And part of this, there was a packaging waste new regulation, you know, that really we supported, because there's a new mandate, for instance, for beverage packaging to be collected at end of life through a deposit system. So this is something we've really pushed, and I think, you know, it could be, deposits will be also used in other fields like electronics, maybe textiles. I mean, this is a way to ensure that producers are responsible for the end of life of the product that they put on the market. Instead of saying, okay, you used it and then I don't care of what is happening. And that is called extended producer responsibility. That's a waste policy, for instance, that has been used in Europe for many, many years. And that is actually effective to ensure that the products, you know, have a life after usage. And in the case of packaging, that they are being made, designed to be circular and to be either collected, recycled, repaired, whatever. Refilled, I mean, in the field of packaging, I would say. So, and if you look at some other geographies, like the US, I mean, they drink a lot of beverages through cans, and half of our cans there are landfilled. Totally, you know, we made all this aluminum, you know, we went through what I told you before, bauxite mining, alumina refining, smelting, etc. Huge amount of energy, of course, because of energy, huge amount of greenhouse gases today, even if we use a lot of hydroelectricity in making aluminium today, but there are still parts of the world that don't have hydroelectricity or renewable electricity or nuclear. So we use a lot of, and we emit a lot of greenhouse gases through aluminium. So what you need is to collect those cans to ensure that when they won't be emitting more greenhouse gases. And if you don't have policies, then you realize that you don't have a policy framework, you don't have a responsibility put on the producers, on the manufacturers. So I really believe that yes, policies are key, and we should push through our votes or through our also sitting in even municipalities, you know, boards. You can act. You can be a change maker.
Thank you. And that's unfortunately all that we have time for in terms of the questions that I have prepared. So we're now going to take a short 2-minute break to allow you to process what you've heard, and then we'll do a short Q&A session where you're able to ask any of the panelists any remaining questions you may have on the topic. Thank you.
Okay.
We're now going to start moving on to questions for the panelists. So if you have a question, please raise your hand and we'll come around with the mic, I believe. And then please just stand up if you're chosen and state your school and name, and followed by your question. And does anyone have any questions? Okay, the lady in the front here. Lady in the front.
We have someone.
Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Sybil Duport. I'm a student here at IZL. I had a question. As youth, what can we do to contribute to the circular economy? Thank you.
Veza, maybe if you'd like to start as a youth advocate.
I think labeling myself as the youth as well, I would definitely say there are many levers. One of them that I'm here a lot is making leaders accountable also on a political level. But I would say purchasing power, like your solely behavior. But the strongest one, and where I see the most impact and the biggest impact, is just also trying to shift public opinions. And also attending forums like this and being also a representative voice. It sounds really cheesy and maybe also really simple said, but at one point we are in those positions where we make the decision-making power. Tangible example of myself, if I wouldn't have accessed the courses in my university around sustainability or circular economy, I think I wouldn't have been now in this position at Ernst & Young to make also and proactively engage in those projects. And maybe on the last point here, through my experience as a consultant, especially in the sustainability space, it's of course 50% knowledge sharing, expertise, but the other 50% is really people management. Like you really go and hold hands with the decision makers in the C-suites to really raise awareness about the topic. And I really truly believe that just shifting the opinion, the awareness of the society is a tangible lever. So those three little elements, I would say, that the youth could do right now.
Thank you. Would anyone like to add anything? Maybe here, Sandrine or Sarah?
Yeah, maybe I can say, education awareness, I mean, try and understand what you buy or what your family buy or friends, you know, where are they coming from? If you buy something, like we talked a lot about clothing, but, you know, even day-to-day clothing, I mean, look around, what fibers are they made from? Where are they being manufactured? I think we need to really understand what our impacts, even food waste as well. We all waste food. That is something we need to stop. You know, there's a lot of behaviors that we can change, and awareness, being able to know that we can have an impact. And I'm not saying that, you know, consumers or citizens can have an impact. We need the government and we need the businesses to change. But us already being aware of what we buy, what we do on a day-to-day basis, you know, and talking to our friends and families about our impacts is very important, I think.
Sarah, would you like to add anything?
I think a lot has been said already about the kind of acquiring knowledge, and also I think thinking in systems and ecosystems, how so many things are connected. But I think it can start also so much smaller, like, I don't know, deleting your fashion brand apps from your phone and stop following influencers that promote, you know, overconsumption. You know, it can start really small by being much more kind of aware of how we consume, what we consume, and also how we can look after stuff better, whether that be food, clothes, my sort of topic that I'm very passionate about, but there's so many other things, how I guess engaging differently with the stuff around us.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any other questions? Yeah, there was one. Maybe lady over here. In the pink.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mariah Malia, and I'm from St. George's International School in Montreal. And I was wondering, what are the biggest barriers preventing businesses from becoming a circular economy? Because, like at the beginning it was said, it could really help with their reputation, and it also saves a lot of money.
So did you hear the question?
Yeah.
What is preventing companies from transitioning more so?
I can start. I think, you know, companies, we have a business, but we are part of a value chain, right? And we are part of a larger ecosystems, like we said. So even a small business cannot do everything by itself. So we can make, like for instance, Crown, we make these beverage cans and other type of packaging, but we've really committed to move into a circular economy, but we can not do it ourselves. We need our suppliers, we need our customers, and we need consumers, and we need the government to create the policy framework. So I think what is very important is that, you know, first companies do make those commitments, you know, to a circular economy, but they also engage with their peers, with their value chain, with their suppliers, their customers, and that's, I mean, Stella mentioned that I participated in some conferences on climate, etc. But we always participate as a value chain, you know, with the aluminium associations, with our suppliers of aluminium, etc. To really say, okay, we need all to work together, and we need to have the same voice, and with that we'll have more impact, and we'll achieve our circular targets, and actually all our value chain will achieve them. So I think that's collaboration is key.
Yes, I can only second that. I think it was one of the things I thought about before coming here, that a lot of people or a lot of companies want to then do it all, and I think we need to acknowledge we should do one thing and do that thing well. And for us it means creating durable products that last for a really long time. I don't think we'd be good at starting a recycling facility. You know, there's specialists focusing just on that, and I think we're just not quite there yet, that all these technologies and innovations are a reality. So it needs a bit of time. It also needs a bit of courage internally of you know, making first steps, and then it's really about collaboration.
Lisa, would you like to continue on that?
Yeah, I would have definitely answered the same way. And the overarching barrier, if we really go and follow the root cause, I would say it's the current system. Now, this is a longer discussion, like system change, like capitalistic system change. But I would definitely say, and just repeat what my colleague has said, it's much more complex. As a company to survive, you need to look also at your competition, your own workforce, you need to maintain a healthy balance sheet, and somewhere in between, there's this sustainability topic that I need to take care of as well, right? So it's actually the system itself, which is really, really hard and really complex to kind of overcome and to change. There's plenty of resources if you're interested about like system change. There are forums, there are really nice also studies about it. How do we get from A to B, like a completely different system? Which, again, is a longer discussion, I would say, but the root cause and the barrier that you ask, I would say, is the system itself.
Any more questions?
I'm Simon. I'm a student here at ISL as well. And I have a question, which is how tech-oriented companies such as Apple can integrate circular economy, and if it would be like any different from like companies such as Mammoth.
Maybe Sarah, if you'd like to start with that.
Yeah,
one.
I mean, I don't know enough maybe about the tech industry, but I think maybe what we can learn from the tech industry, electronic devices, they have like a price inbuilt within their price structure that already accounts for the recycling at the end. I'm not sure how successful the actual recycling of electronic products is. I have a feeling it's not quite there yet as well. But this is something where we're not there yet in the textile industry, but also that there are talks around this, kind of adding on a few cents per garment that kind of would then create a collective fund to help solve end-of-life textile waste.
Thank you.
I would add and I fully agree, we need to think from the beginning at the end of life of a product. And I think I mentioned extended producer responsibility, which is a policy framework that oblige producers or those putting a product on the market to think of the end of life of a product. So in the case of electronics, I mean, more and more countries are thinking about putting in place an EPR, extended producer responsibility, on consumer products to ensure. And that what does that mean is that when Apple or others put or sell to you those products, they already pay for the recycling system that will need to exist to take back your product. And they also somehow, I mean, we could think even longer. I mean, there is a system for you to ensure that you will be taking back this phone or whatever type of electronic products at the end of life. And I think after, we didn't talk about it, but design for recycling is key. I mean, in a phone, you have... Yeah, design for circularity, I mean, here. But in the phones, you have a lot of metals, for instance. You know, I talk about aluminum, but a phone, I think, has like 15 or more type of little metals. All of these metals, you know, have been mined. There's a lot of energy, a lot of waste, a lot of extraction. Tons of materials have been extracting to take this little, very specific metal that we have in a phone. So we need to take them back. And I think today, this is not really happening. First, because it's very expensive to, you know, take the phone and get the gold or the type of tungsten or whatever that is in the phone. But that's why there is a push towards more circularity designed in the product itself. So I think there are several things. Ensuring that the producers are responsible at the end of life, and the consumer will either take it back, but this is a responsibility that is built in the product, and that the product is designed from the beginning for repair, for reuse, or for recycling.
Visa, would you like to finish off on this?
Yeah, so Simon, I'm brutally honest, I'm also not a tech expert, but I loved how you intervened with saying, what can we learn actually from tech companies, and you put Apple on the spotlight. I recall that beautifully made video, I think 2 years ago, 1 year ago, where they summarized actually their sustainability report in a video. Now, if you haven't seen it, it's a 4-minute YouTube video, you can recall it there. There are different opinions about it, but I personally believe if you as a company put yourself out there and just be brutally honest where you stand, what do you want to achieve, I think this is a great way on really committing to something that you can be in the future, be kept accountable if you have not met your goals. Because a lot of companies, again, from a Ernst & Young perspective, they try to come and approach us with the request, so I only want to do as much as I need to do and as much as I need to be compliant with, also when it comes to the yearly report at the end. But I feel like if you expose yourself to the outside world with, hey, this is really a bold goal, a bold target that I want to achieve, I think this is something we could learn from Apple, but maybe my colleagues have a different opinion on if this video have been really a nice way to
You're talking about the video of Mother Nature?
Yes.
Well,
so
I have a slightly different opinion. I think it was a great marketing video. And I think they did presented their targets and stuff. Since then, you can look at the report of Apple. I think their greenhouse gases have really exploded because of, well, not merely them. Let's take the tech in general, with AI growing, you know, their demand for energy is growing. So indeed, it's complex. We know when we talk about climate and circular economy, it's complex. But I agree with you, actually committing and exposing yourself and say we are committed to is already very important, I think.
So thank you so much for all of your insights on this topic. So this is unfortunately all the time we have. So please join me in thanking our beautiful panelists for this discussion.
Why? Because of climate change.
The scary thing is, the world is well on its way there. Since the Industrial Revolution, the Earth has warmed between 1.1 and 1.3 degrees Celsius.
This is a problem that babies you pass in the street
The world has been suffering due to the climate change dilemma. Hurricanes, floods, earthquakes, desertification, and fires have become the new norm. Why? Because of climate change.
The scary thing is, the world is well on its way there. Since the Industrial Revolution, the Earth has warmed between 1.1 and 1.3 degrees Celsius.
This is a problem that babies you pass in the street will have to live with.
The biggest threat our planet faces is climate change. Extreme weather, sea level rise, and global temperatures are all the highest and most severe on record. Whilst numerous pledges and treaties aim to reduce a rise in global temperatures have been ratified, accountability for governments, corporations, and individuals to meet these targets is becoming ever complex. Transboundary pollution refers to pollution that originates in one country but can cause harm in another country's environment. In this instance, this has a focus on carbon dioxide emissions. China and the United States are responsible for just under half of all global CO2 emissions. Yet, according to the Notre Dame Initiative, both place in the top 40 of the least vulnerable nations to climate change. Whereas Chad and Niger are the two most vulnerable nations to climate change, yet globally, they account for less than 0.02% of all CO2 emissions. In turn, this begs the question as to whether the leading CO2 emitters should be held more accountable for the effects of climate change, and what does this accountability look like across sectors? Hello, my name is Zachary Needham, and I'm a grade 12 student here at ISL and a member of the YFS series team. I would like to welcome you to the Climate Accountability Across Sectors panel. Joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome 3 experienced professionals who bring valuable insights to this discussion. I'm proud to welcome Gilberto Morishaw, who, born on the island of Curacao, is a global shaper and an advocate for building an economic system that is founded on nature. He is president of the Supervisory Board for the Dutch Caribbean Advocacy and a youth sounding board member for the European Directorate General for International Partnership. I would also like to welcome Weza Bomba Joao. Weza completed his studies in international law at the University of St. Gallen, where he founded the Africa Association. He is a member of the World Economic Forum Global Shapers community, and currently he is pursuing a career dedicated to sustainability, working as a strategy sustainability consultant. And I'm also honored to welcome Roger Nordmann, a Swiss politician who currently serves on the National Council for the Social Democratic Party. He was also a member of the Grand Council of Vaud from 1999 to 2004. From 2010 to 2021, he was the president of Swiss Solar, the Swiss Professional Association for Solar Energy. The first 25 minutes of this session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I prepared and discuss them openly. The second part of this panel will be a Q&A, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you have about any of the topics discussed. And with that, we are ready to begin. I would like to start with a question directed at all 3 of our panelists, and that is, do you think voluntary pledges and commitments, like the pledge made at COP28 to triple renewables, can work without regulation and some form of accountability, especially if it doesn't immediately provide economic benefits? Gilberto, would you like to start?
I mean, sure. No, I don't think it will work, because what we see is happening right now is that the countries have their NDCs, so they have their contributions that they're going to do, and the promises that they make, the pledges that they make, and often what ends up happening is that they don't really follow up with anything. And because there are no mechanisms of control, there are no mechanisms of accountability, the only thing that you can rely on is goodwill. But if it does not benefit you financially or economically, and if there's no pressure to do it, why would you do it? You know, especially if you know that everybody else is most likely not going to do it. I think it's sometimes we love our imaginations, or we love like this fantasy of like, no, we care, we're gonna make the world a better place. But if our incentive systems and structures are not put into place that make doing good something that is also beneficial, then it relies on us trying to virtue signal ourselves into like being fantastic. And that can do well for a year maybe, but not really. It doesn't last.
Reza, would you like to continue?
Yeah, so same short answer, I would say no. Maybe I'm biased because I study international law, that I say we need policy making, we need frameworks. I mean, we have a politician here, maybe he can talk about more about it, of the cons and pros. But I truly believe also with my background, being a sustainability consultant, most of the time companies approach us with the request because there was a law implemented. So they always ask, yeah, do I need to be compliant now with it or not? So we really see that policy making from that side really sparks the discussion or accelerates the discussions. And I've been also youth advocate, same as you, with the Global Shapers community. So I've attended also in the name of as a youth advocate and Ernst & Young at COP27, COP28, COP29 now in Azerbaijan. There's a lot of different opinions about it, if we really should keep going with such platforms and voluntarily commitments being made. But I truly believe that I see the value of it. Also because thinking back, and with back I mean maybe 50 or 70 years ago, I mean after World War II, the whole purpose also of creating such international organizations was to really come together. But back then it was way easier because if you really think about it, we were only about 50 countries. Now the number has changed because what happened between 1950 and today? So a lot of independence countries emerged, right? So the reason why COP, you will always read in the newspaper, yeah, COP29, COP30 now will fail again, is truly because I basically believe we have now 193 member states of the UN, and it's just a lot of diverse opinion to get to one common denominator. That's just my take on it. So yeah, short answer again, no.
Hello everybody. If you look how it's difficult inside a country to make a strong climate policy, you see Switzerland who had a referendum, lose a referendum, the goal are some part are achieved, others are missed, and we have a struggle on the goals every year, we have a struggle on the means and so on. You can imagine that it's very difficult to do this worldwide. The best international structure we have is the European Union. It's also the strongest worldwide, the strongest integrated structure, and it has a strong climate policy on a lot of fields like car industry, flying, and so on. But worldwide, it's not possible to get so strong consensus as in the European Union or as inside a country. So there is no other possibility than pledges and accounting. But it has some efficiency. If you look at from 2003 to 2013, you had an increase of 28% of the greenhouse gas, of CO2. And in the 10 next year, from 13 to 23, only 7%. So it's working. You're already 60 countries who are already in declining emission. And the global pledge help for the legitimation of the national policy, for the explanation, for the motivation. And there is always also an interest of the different countries to reduce the emission. For instance, India. India has a huge problem of high temperature. They have an interest. China has a problem of resources, lacking of fossil energy, and promoting clean technology. They have an interest. On the combination of international pressure, moral pressure at an international level, cooperation, and national interest, help to move. It's not enough, but we have no other way. I mean, we don't have a world dictatorship, and if we had a world dictatorship, I'm not sure that it would be better.
Yeah. There's no world police.
Right now, there is the ICJ case that is happening for the advisory opinion on climate justice. So I think that's also interesting in the sense that right now, a lot of organizations, including a lot of young people, I think some friends of mine, part of the World's Youth for Climate Justice movement, have very much advocated to the General Assembly to send a case to the International Court of Justice so that they can then make a decision that would say, actually, countries have these commitments that are legally, that they need to be obligated to do these things. So I think there are mechanisms that exist to kind of make accountability much more, you know, something that people actually have to hold on to, independent of just voluntary contributions. Because it's nice, right? Like, you can pledge it, and what you say is fair, for the record, Roger. Like the mechanisms of democratic organizations are incredibly difficult to, you know, to move forward. But if we don't commit to something and actually follow up with it, we're not really going to get to what is needed. I mean, look at the 1.5 degrees. Like, we've already surpassed that. So I agree with you in the reality that it is now. It is very difficult, but I don't think that our reality is, you know, it is not something that always has to be that way.
But again, all he's saying, I think there's no world police. So even with the ICJ, there's no...
No, that's fair, but like, how do we hold each other accountable? I think that's the question, right?
The problem is the implementation in reality, because the pledge of all the countries, they are binding. You have to reach them. But even if you say France or Germany or Portugal missed its pledge, you can go to the International Court of Justice and say, and have the constatation of that it's missed, but it doesn't mean it's implemented, or there is a strategy for implementing. At the end, what counts is what is implemented. And for implementing, you need money, you need motivation, you need technology, maybe also some behavior changes. On this, you can get it only at the national level, or in case of the European Union, at the European level. And therefore, there are some limits to the juridical approach, because at the end, it's a material question, it's an economical question, it's a physical question.
I agree.
And you have to make implementation. And for implementation, you need people who are able to do this, technically skilled to do this, and so on. And I mean, it's not all the international pressure, all the agenda setting pressure internationally is very good, and helps us inside the country to realize. And it's also very good because in the case of Switzerland, the state tried to put in the Kyoto agreement the possibility of offsetting abroad the own emissions. And it was a very perverse logic, saying it's less expensive abroad, so do it abroad. But it was in a world where we only wanted to reduce by 10 or 20%, not to go to zero. But if you want to still burn oil, and you have to go worldwide to zero, you have to find a poor country who has negative emission. It doesn't work, obviously. And therefore, the international framework is very useful and so. And it's frequently I heard the critic, yes, the emission of Switzerland are over 40 million tons a year, but the real emission of the Swiss are 120 because of the grey emission and transportation and flying. It's true, but it doesn't help. Which helps is a strong climate policy in China, so that all the goods we import from China are produced with less emission. So it's a global problem. We need a global framework, even if it's not perfect. And then we have to try to get the synergy between the global goal and the local policy. And for instance, in my agreement, in my political everyday life, I always say, well, it's less expensive to harvest sun and wind and water energy in Switzerland than to import gas and oil. And this is a strong argument also to people who are not so interested in climate change. And you have to build a coalition to motivate the people and to get a majority to make a binding political decision. And then if you make binding political decision like the reduction of the fleet emission of new cars, then you have an effect in the practice. Or the same if you ban the fossil heating, then you cannot install anymore the new fossil heating. Then the political decisions have an effect, but they have to be taken at the national or local level or at the European level in the case of the European Union. But the key is implementation.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights. I would now like to shift my question to more individual areas of expertise. And I now have a question for you, Gilberto. And a common argument from developing nations is that carbon emissions seen in these communities are used for survival and not lavish lifestyles seen in more developed nations. With many pledges and agreements targeted at phasing out fossil fuels, do you think it is acceptable to hold these developing nations who have not yet industrialized to the same sustainability goals and standards as more developed nations?
So there are multiple layers to this question, right? Because on the one hand, I agree in the sense I don't think it's okay to hold them to the same standards, because obviously when we look at historical emissions, a lot of these countries have barely produced any emissions. That being said, also, in which measure is it the case that the goal to become a quote-unquote industrialized nation in the way that we've done it in the West is a goal that we should want to achieve, right? Like, I think the way that the West has created wealth and has developed their countries has come at the cost of a lot of people all over the world, and has come at the cost of our climate, right? So what does it mean to become an industrialized nation? Does it mean that we have to embrace consumerism, right? Does it mean that all of these countries have to embrace like the same level of consumption economics that we in the West, whatever that means, have embraced? I don't think that's the case. This being said, we also have to recognize that when it comes to a lot of these countries, there's a path of moving forward that requires less emissions. However, they often do not have the funding and the finances to do that because governments, especially on an international level, refuse to provide the funding necessary to be able to finance the transition. So if you want these countries to not have all of these emissions and to industrialize in a green manner, then you're going to have to show them the money. You know, and when we look at the amount of money that is needed per year is like $1 trillion in investment every year, and we've only reached maybe 100 billion, and like 80% of that is just loans. You know, like, why would I loan money to invest in this stuff? Well, all of these other countries were able to do it based on cheap fossil fuels, right? So there is a global historical inequity in a lot of the things that we see right now. And even in this argument about how developing countries need to, you know, they need to phase it out and they need to develop green, I agree with that, but then we need to provide the international funding and support needed to make this happen.
Thank you, Roberto.
Can I make a small comment on this?
Yeah.
It's interesting what you said, Gilberto, is surely true for a lot of ecological topic like garbage or like biodiversity and so on. But for energy, it's not anymore fully true for the reason that the cheapest way to get additional energy is renewable energy. Yeah. And renewable energy is mostly electricity. And if it's electricity, it's very useful, very efficient in the use. And therefore, that's the reason where the developing country can massive profit from the fact that the developed country and the emerging countries have developed the new technologies like wind, solar, battery, and so on, and they can invest directly there. And therefore, it's not for them. It's not that much a matter of change, but a matter of directly investing in the right technologies. And it's more a matter of solidarity to helping them to develop. But if they develop, they have all interest to develop directly in the clean technology. And this is an example to show that there are also some forces who help us that it's turning that it's turning in the right way. Because the cheapest way to get new electricity is solar energy or wind, depending on where. And the more expensive is to build coal power plants now. So there are some economic mechanisms who help us, but we still need solidarity, but not only for the energy, mostly for the other aspects.
Thank you, Roger, and thank you, Gilberto. Reza, I now have a question for you, and that is, do you think technology is more of a cause for climate change, or is it the solution?
I would definitely say it's a double-edged sword. It is, right? Because if you look historically, it definitely accelerated emissions. I mean, thinking back, 1800, Industrial Revolution, so it really caused how we exploit natural resources. But I definitely say it's a double-edged sword because there is potential, and we're seeing it in clean energy, carbon capture, that this is actually where we need to get help with. within my background as a sustainability consultant, we have this department called Climate Tech Accelerator, where we really map PE firms, like private equity firms, with scale-ups and startups. So they can really match each other, because also on an academic level, and this comes from different sources, we see that there is a 35% knowledge gap, innovation gap. Like this 35% that we need to invest in technology for solutions that we, as of today, don't know about it. If this 35% is like true or not, this can be discussed, but there is a percentage that we know, hey, there is some technology that we still need to discover. And that's why also a EY firm, a consulting firm as EY is investing a lot in it. So it's definitely an accelerator as well. And one of the passionate technologies that I like, and it's really an innovative one, is blockchain technology. Maybe you've heard of it, blockchain technology with cryptocurrencies, but there's also ledgers, like open-ended ledgers, and you can imagine it as an Excel sheet, and whatever you put in this Excel sheet cannot be changed. Meaning, if I use now a product like the iPad of Zach, so every pattern and every step that this iPad in the whole life cycle has been going through is implemented in this open Excel sheet. It's written, okay, it has so much emissions, this material, it went from A to B, and no one can change it. And this I see as a hopefully innovative way that we can apply also to other products. So one wish of myself is that one day we go into Coop or Migros, we see on every product this QR code, we can scan it, and on this platform then we see really the whole cycle and from like the origin and not. Because simply said, we can all be and claim ourselves green, but it's just that we don't know so many information about the products that we produce and we use. There's lots more to talk about it, and there's definitely, if you're interested in it, there is a lot of resources like blockchain technology and sustainability. I've even gave a TEDx talk. My sister's a goldsmith, so even in the jewelry business, it's going to be implemented.
If you do a ring.
May I
Sure.
May I formulate a strong criticism?
Please. Yes, that's what we're here for.
It's typically an overmarket and over-information theory you just done. Because when you go to Coop or Migros to buy the food for the week, you don't have the time to read all this information, to consider all those information. You are not able to, and even if you have the time, you are not able to interpret all those information, and it's too difficult to make the choice. When you go to Coop and Migros to buy your stuff for the week, you must be sure that all products are sustainable, and that it's forbidden to sell non-sustainable products. We need a lot of regulation for solving the problem we can solve, and there are other fields where individual responsibility is very important, like flying less. But for everyday life, where we have technological solution, we have to set the standard by law, and we have to accept only the best standard. Basically, it would be, for instance, to not making a huge theory of tax differences on cars, which would forbid fossil cars and only allow electric car to be sold. And then in 15 years, this problem is solved. So don't überfordern, overstress the individual. They cannot, otherwise they have thousands of decisions to do.
Information overload, right?
Yes, they are overwhelmed by the information and by the decision to be taken, and they get depressed. You see the corona time, the virus time. You can implement a set of maximal maybe 6 instructions. And then it's too much, and you have 1/3 of the population who doesn't want to obey to those 6 easy instructions. Imagine if you have 1,000 instructions. We have to make a default system where the things are right and not over-rely on information. It's overstressing the people.
Zach, I know you're short on time. Just quickly, does anybody know the app Yuka? Yes, okay, I'll show you. This is an app where you can really scan and it says how sustainable it is. So I don't think that we don't have time to research about it. It's even implemented from the EU. So I feel like this technology helps us a lot. But it's just short answer. We move on to the
But you have, at the same time, you have a friend who is WhatsApping you, your daughter is calling on the job, who is sending an email, and you think you were on this app, but making your shopping, your things for the week, you wanted to go on this app, and you don't go on this app, and at the end you buy just what you find. This is the real life.
Oh my God.
So maybe a way of expressing the information you want to be expressed in a way that's quick and easy for everyone. I think that's a good way to sum it up. Thank you for your insights. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for today in terms of my questions. And we will now take a 2-minute break to give you, the audience, time to process all the information you've heard and formulate your own questions. Thank you very much.
It's not only altruistic.
Okay, we will now begin with questions from the audience. I would ask that you raise your hand, and if you get chosen, please state your name and your school, followed by your question. Thanks. Yeah, at the front here.
Thank you. My name's Leary, and I'm a student here at ISADL. So I was wondering, how can we as individuals hold corporations and governments accountable for meeting these goals?
Well, concretely in Switzerland, there is now a so-called Konzernverantwortlichkeitsinitiative, Volksinitiative for responsible company, a multinational company, and they are at the stage of collecting signatures, and they need 100,000 signatures. Even if you are not Swiss, you can join the organization and collect the signature on the road. And if they get the 100,000 signatures, then it will be all the political process until the referendum on this bill. And therefore, it is a very concrete way to help this. And we have another initiative for a responsible finance place of Switzerland, which we already collected the signature, but then it will come in parliament, and then the stage of the campaign and the referendum. So this is two concrete way of leverage the international company, one more focused on finance, on the other one on the content of what the international companies are doing.
I'd also say in tiers. So let's start. Number one, you can rate. You can rate the company. If they're doing something sustainable, you can rate them well. If they're not, You can rate them badly and say, actually, this company is not that sustainable. You should be doing it better. Social media, number 2, you can share when something is happening that is good. You can start petitions, you can advocate, and you can use your money, boycott. So if a company is doing something very badly and you say, actually, this company is bad and they're destroying the planet, well, we're not going to support it. You can protest. So it depends on the level of commitment that you have, but also on the level of damage that maybe the company is doing, or maybe the good that they're doing, that you can reward them for that by supporting them, or punish them by not buying and telling everybody, hey, don't buy there. So yeah, it's up to you.
Yeah, I would definitely advocate both both opinions. Maybe the strongest one is on a political level, but how many in this room are Swiss who can really vote? Okay, a few, you see. For the rest of you, obviously, I think your arguments definitely, and I had a panel right before this one about circular economy, and the same question came up, and I think we agreed as the panelists that also shifting or shaping public opinions, meaning we are going to Davos next week. We are involved in panel discussion, in meetings, and I think even if it sounds really basic and cheesy, this is really how you change perspectives, because on a last-minute opinion, we are Homo sapiens sapiens, meaning we getting molded with our environment in a really young stage, and the older you get, the harder and more difficult it is to really change your mindset, right? So I feel like if you're sitting right now, right here in the perfect room to educate yourself and get a little bit more about that topic, because one day you'll be in a position where you need also to contribute to a decision. I'm working now for a sustainability consulting firm, and I'm making decisions based on my knowledge as well. So it's really the truth that you one day will make the decision at some level and some point. So I feel like, yeah, shifting the public opinion is really a strong one as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Yep.
My name is Felicia. I'm also an ISL student, and I just have a general question. Do you think climate change is able to be stopped?
Short answer, if I may begin, I would definitely say again, without regulatory frameworks, we're not getting there, because I just believe honestly that we cannot rely on the goodwill of companies, governments, and just individuals, because it's just such an urgent and pressing issue that we have. So without my government telling me, hey, Weza, you can only fly twice a year, even myself, you see, I'm in this field, but I still are not the greenest person on earth. So I feel like policy making is the only way we can really get through this.
The thing is, yes and no, because the climate is always changing. I think what we have right now is anthropogenic climate change caused by overproduction of emissions and biodiversity collapse. Can it be reversed? I think we can regenerate the planet. So I would say regeneration is always possible if we align ourselves into doing what is needed for ourselves to make the planet a better place. So we can cultivate and restore ecosystems, we can reduce emissions, we can use things like carbon capture and create more carbon sinks by empowering the forests that we already have right now and making them bigger and making them stronger. So yes, but that is not something that happens automatically, right? Like it is something that we have to, the mindset has to change for something like that to even happen. So it can happen, it's possible, but it requires all of us to work together and collaborate and build a system where doing good is rewarded and where doing harm is punished, instead of what we have right now where destroying the world makes you rich.
I agree with all the fact that we need strong decision and strong policy, but the underlying question is it possible to stop it on a physical matter? It's clear, 1.5 we've missed it. 2 will be very difficult, but maybe 2.5, 3 we can really get it, and we see all the difficulties. But the increasing rate of, the increasing rate of emission is slowly going down, And we have more and more countries who are coming in a declining emission. So this is the first positive point. The second positive point is demography. We are at the end of the demographic explosion. Just only one number to say it. You know, China, 1.3 billion inhabitants. At the end of the century, the prognostic is 600 million inhabitants in China, halving of the Chinese population due to the one-child policy over 2 generations. And even India now has a 2.0 kid per woman, child per woman. So this is going much better. We are not anymore in the scenario of being 14 or 15 billion human being at the end of the century. We will probably have a cap at around 10 billion. It's much easier. The third very optimistic stuff is the developing of renewable energy. It's going faster and faster and faster, and it's cheaper. If you want to produce additional energy, renewable are always cheaper. They are not always cheaper than old power plants who are already existing and amortized, but renewable are less expensive. So I think we have some strong leverage to go, and it can be possible. The biggest risk for me is right-wing chaos, a la Trump, a la Putin, on such destructive policies. This is worldwide the highest risk. If we keep on a rational track, we can improve. The more difficult question is the speed of improvement. And I am not so optimistic on the speed of improvement, but it would be feasible. And if you see the progress in the telecom, I mean, who would have said 13 years ago that almost every human has a phone call with access to full information with internet? It's almost...
and films.
What?
And videos.
And video. I mean, and the progress of electrification, we have seen this presentation in India, it's very strong. And the number of people living in extreme poverty went down. COVID was a difficult moment, but there are a lot of improvements. The education of girls is improving very, very, very strong, even in very poor country. And therefore, there are elements of optimism. But the worst problem is the biggest risk is the destructive force inside of the human community. And like populism, like concentration of wealth and so on, excessive concentration of power and so on.
And we have everything that we need. We literally have everything. And like even when you look at things like food, right? 1/3 of all food production, I think it's a US number, is thrown away before it's even consumed. Before it's even sold. So when you think about like, oh my gosh, we're not lacking anything. We're just very inefficient in using everything that we have. We're wasteful. Like, when you have to transport, like, if you have to buy, if some fruit is developed in Chile and then it's shipped to like Indonesia to be packaged and then sent to Russia, that is an inefficient waste of fossils. That is, and we've created a world where inefficiency is a way that you can become rich, right? But what if we transform that and started being efficient with what we have? Like, we would reduce so much without even having to give up a lot. Like we don't even have to sacrifice that much. But we have to be willing, and that means thinking, changing our paradigms, changing the way we see ourselves and the way we see our neighbors. And it's up to all of us to also convince others and to bring others to the table to push for a change in mindset.
There's a lot of money at stake.
Yeah, like, what is money, right? What does it mean? We made it up. It's fake. It really is. It really is. Like we make the rules.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Yeah, sorry, at the front.
As you mentioned, basically all of you, a huge problem in the climate situation is you get paid to create harm to the environment. Huge amounts of emissions are created by right-wing pigs, and nobody's there to keep them accountable. But if we plan to move forward with climate change, who would be accountable for those huge corporations and those huge political figures to try and slow down emissions?
Basically, all the climate policy is based on territoriality. You are responsible, as a country, you are responsible to lower the emission on your territory. And obviously, people are making weaker or stronger, countries are making weaker or stronger policies, according to the different country. And the multinational try to play on the difference, to optimize, or to have, for instance, the headquarters in Switzerland, in Switzerland to have a Minergie certified headquarter, but do dirty thing other ways. And therefore, the accountability of the headquarter is very, very important here in order to check that multinational companies are compliant to the local legislation in the country where they go. And the second stuff, obviously, is is to check or to make an international framework for minimal standard in the country. And this is very interesting. We all say, oh, some poor countries have not enough standards in some ecological aspect. But we always forget in Switzerland that we have a problem of standard in fiscal aspect, in tax aspect, because we are under-taxing all the profit, especially in this canton, in Zug, and therefore attracting much too much substance, and then at the end its money was missing in other country. And this is one of the standards we should be much better in Switzerland to improve this. We criticize the Umweltdumping, the environmental dumping of other countries, but we don't see our own economical dumping. And this is a critical aspect. But anyway, we should correct us, but we have to have a look at the international company that they are compliant with the local legislation.
Also, many of these companies are not profitable, in the sense that a lot of them, they are profitable because they receive billions in government subsidies every year. Like when we look at fossil fuels, a lot of these companies, if they actually had to pay the price for the things that they do, they would be bankrupt. So the question is not even just in these multinationals, but also in nations, how we've allowed and cultivated environments where all of these companies are receiving billions of euros every year in funding for destruction, right? Like, so when we start choking, when we stop the flow of funding from going into things that are causing harm, then also these big multinationals cannot continue to exist within the system that we live in, right? So we have to start locally and nationally. What are the policies? Who is getting this money? And this is something you can do also, right? Like you can look in your city, in your country, which companies are we funding? How much money do they get every year? And we can write to our politicians, actually, that subsidy should be cut. And if everybody starts doing that, then suddenly these companies have to, they need to start thinking about how they're going to survive. And the only way they can survive is they change the way that they're doing things. You subsidize things that create well-being. You don't subsidize things that cause harm.
Last 30 seconds on it. I always say when nothing gets measured, nothing gets moved. And it's just a key fact that studies saying, hey, almost the 100 biggest companies worldwide, they contribute mostly to 60 or 70% of greenhouse gas emissions. So to your specific question, I would say, yeah, they're international companies. And now with what my colleagues have said, these are the approaches and the ways how you actually make them accountable.
Thanks, Will.
There is a very interesting approach of the European Union. It's the carbon tax adjustment. The European Union says, also Switzerland, because for this matter we are like insider. For industry, power generation on the flying inside Europe, you have to buy the emission right. And the number of rights is reduced, so it costs you more or less 80 euro for 1 ton to emit. But the problem is if you make importation of steel or cement from China, it's dumping because they use dirty fuel, don't pay the duty for the emission, and they make dumping in Europe, destroying European industry. And European Union is now beginning to build a carbon tax adjustment. If you import stuff from region where there is no carbon taxation, then you have to pay the taxation at the region. So it's in order to redo equal level playing fields and to avoid dumping. And then with this system, you can interconnect the different regions like California, Europe, or the other, who have such a carbon pricing system, and then progressively implement the system. While if you are only one region implementing the system without protecting yourself from the dumping, then you have a lot of inconvenience, and maybe you don't do it.
Thank you, Roger. Sadly, that is all the time we have for today, as this session is now coming to an end. I would like to thank our speakers for their valuable insights and give them a huge round of applause.
At age 4, I was taken away from my mom due to poverty. It was a neglect charge due to not having enough food in the refrigerator.
I don't think that it's good that people are in poverty, because I think the government and the royalty should be trying to do stuff and to do things about it.
That education can transform societies and create economic opportunities, and Sierra Leone is the grand test of that vision.
Has brought significant benefits to humanity, poverty and economic inequality remain among the most pressing challenges of current and future generations, particularly in developing nations where millions struggle daily for access to basic necessities. Despite significant advancements in technology and wealth creation, the World Bank estimates that as of 2023, nearly 8% of the world's population still live in extreme poverty, surviving on less than $2.15 a day. Climate change, global pandemics, conflict, and limited access to resources have reversed decades of progress in global poverty reduction, pushing millions back below the poverty line. Despite all of this, solutions are within reach. From investing in sustainable infrastructure and education to implementing inclusive economic policies, we have the tools necessary to bridge the inequality gap and uplift the world's poorest. While some argue that economic development is key to reducing poverty and inequality, others emphasize the need for systematic reforms to ensure that development is inclusive and sustainable. Hello, my name is Maya Vikström, and I'm a 12th grade student here at ISDL and a leader of the YFS series team. I would like to welcome you all to the Tackling Global Poverty and Inequality Through Economic Development panel. Joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome 4 experienced professionals who will bring valuable insights into this discussion. First, I'd like to welcome Sophie Winkler, who is a Swiss freelance lawyer and the president of the NAG Foundation Board, a Nepal-based organization dedicated to supporting children's welfare. In her role as chair of the board, Ms. Winkler gains valuable insights into the operational and management challenges faced by NGOs, while her legal career provides her with expertise in navigating commercial regulations. I'd also like to welcome Antonia Stratton, who is a Swiss global shaper and sustainability advocate. She has a bachelor's degree in law and economics and recently completed her master's with a focus on international law at the University of St. Gallen. Ms. Stratton took part in the COP28 as a Youth for Climate delegate. Her interests in sustainability initiatives, responsible business conduct, and social innovation drive her pursuit of new challenges that positively shape our world. I'd also like to welcome Jane and Kabiyosi Zongbogbo, who founded the Kokrobite Children's Center in 2005, a charitable organization in Ghana dedicated to supporting disadvantaged families by enabling their children and young adults to access and maintain an education. Jane's expertise in youth work and special educational needs teaching, combined with Kabiyosi's experience in athletic development, have been instrumental in the organization's success. The first 25 minutes of the session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I've prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you have about any of the topics discussed. As we gather here to explore sustainable approaches to address this global issue, let's start with a broad perspective. This question is for each of our panelists, and I'll ask Sophie to respond first. What do each of you see as the most pressing challenge facing global poverty reduction efforts today?
The poverty itself. How do we tackle the problem of poverty and what we do, or what I can tell, what we see, where we can help or support the most, it's with NAG. I don't know, some of you might know NAG or even have been there in Nepal. So to build the right education system, so we can, and I think it's been in the movie before, that education can transform society. We might not gonna be able to change the older politicians, but we need to educate the kids, the children, to really have a change there. So the most pressuring thing is to have this change happening.
Ms. Stratton, would you like to add something?
Yes, thank you. First, thank you so much for the invite. I think it's very inspiring to see all you guys being motivated to be here, to listen to everyone. So for me, I think, as you mentioned, I come with a lens of sustainability. And for me, it's really what we also heard in the last panel. It's that climate change is, especially for the poorest ones, another big challenge, and is disproportionately challenging those ones who are already having the biggest needs. It is because especially the poorest ones are dependent on agriculture, fishery, forestry, and these fields are just strongly impacted by climate change. So this is where I see, if you ask me right now, the biggest challenge is probably that the challenges we already have are just being aggravating.
The location of your birth should not affect the quality of the education that you receive. But sadly, that just isn't the reality for so many. So for me, I think the two main issues are the lack of equity in education and the lack of access to technology.
I would say the major thing is the lack of quality education, especially when you come to Africa. The type of education we have does not help us to tackle this poverty thing. I'll say if we are able to have a good education, okay, and then we'll be able to tackle the rest of the solution. Education is the key to overcome this.
Thank you all for your perspectives on these critical challenges. Now let's turn our attention to solutions and opportunities for growth. Sophie, could you share your insights on how small businesses in developing countries can contribute to reducing barriers to growth, such as limited access to finance or international markets?
As already mentioned, with NAG or with my word. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, try. It's not that easy. Okay, better? Can you hear me? Once again, you want to know like the access of smaller businesses to the funding for their businesses. I mean, there are several obstacles that you need to face. I can only see, for example, and then we're back to education, in Nepal. One of the problem is for smaller businesses or even women, they don't even get a passport. So the first thing, even to open a bank account, so to get funding, you need education, so you probably get a feeling to have a business plan. You don't have to write it down, a business plan. But then also you need, from an administrative perspective, we need to lay the fundament that they like passports. So it's not only the funding itself, because I think there is enough money around in the world. How we get this money to the people wanting to start such a business, that's another question. But I think first we need to start just to enable them to be able to get the funding, which means education, so they can start a business and knowing what they're doing. And then on the other hand, as I'm saying, in Nepal, if a girl doesn't get a passport without the consent of a father, how would they be able to even open a bank account and start a business? So we need to change, and that's politics, the requirements, or at least that they can at least get a passport or a license or whatever. I think it starts already there. It's not only the funding. And then they need to know how to handle money.
Yeah. Thank you for those valuable points. Now let's shift our focus to education, a cornerstone of development. Jane, drawing from your experience in Ghana, what role do you think education plays in breaking cycles of poverty? And what types of educations are most impactful in achieving this?
I think education plays the biggest role in bringing about change. And I'm talking about all types of education, not necessarily just an education that you might receive in a classroom, talking about education in how to run a small business, education in how to provide for your family, in how to deal with the bureaucracy that certainly sub-Saharan African countries seem to almost specialize in, very sadly, because for every piece of paper that you need, for every document you need, you've probably got to fill in 5 or 6 forms to enable you to get that document and pay a considerable amount of money in the process. So I think we also need to have organizations that are willing to commit for the long term. There are no quick, easy fixes to this. And unfortunately, over time, I've seen a number of organizations, some of them very big international organizations, who have fantastic intentions, but they will come and run a project for 2 years. And that's because obviously that's the funding they've got. But when the 2 years is up, in many, many cases, there's no plan for how that project is going to be carried forward by the people from the communities that they've been living in. And certainly in West African cultures, things don't work that way. You know, the best way to work, I believe, is you go into a community and you have to be prepared for the long haul, and you have to be prepared to work alongside people from the community, and you must, above all else, you must respect the culture. You can't tell people how they need to be living their lives when they've lived in a particular way for hundreds or thousands of years. You can help them to see what the alternatives might be, and how, choosing one of those alternatives might impact their lives in a positive way. But that's the best thing that you can do. But you must be prepared for the long haul.
Thank you, Jane. It's clear that education plays a transformative role in breaking cycles of poverty. This brings us to a critical intersection of sustainability and economics. Antonia, with your expertise in sustainability and given the insufficient funding for developing nations resulting from the recent COP29, how can regions vulnerable to climate change balance economic development with a need for climate finance?
Yes, maybe for the ones who are not as aware of all the abbreviations. So COP stands for the Conference of the Parties of the UN Framework of Climate Change, and maybe you guys have heard that at the last COP, there was parties agreed agreed to pay $300 billion for climate change, or it was mitigation adaptation. And while it is seen, or while UNFCCC claims it as being a big win, this agreement, the criticisms are very high because, for example, developing countries demanded for a trillion dollar sum, and also, for example, in November 2024, the high-level group of climate finance, they mentioned that external finance needs to be around $1.3 trillion per year. So, and it's what we just see is that we have a tremendous amount of money which is needed for climate adaptation, especially in countries in the global south. And just this one as maybe like a background information. And then why is that connected to economic development? This is what we mentioned before, that especially countries and populations in the global south are disproportionately affected by climate change. And now coming to the question of how do we balance it out, I think it's not about balancing it out, it's not about giving it here or there, but it's more about harnessing the synergies, in my perspective, of economic development as well as climate mitigation adaptation measures. How do I mean that, or how can we understand it? First, it's that every measurement that we take in economic development measures also should have sustainability measures in the background, or climate change and mitigation aspects. This could, for example, mean that we support sustainable energy projects. This can mean that we support circularity aspects, or that we have sustainable agriculture, or that in education we directly include a more sustainable way. And I think what you mentioned, Jane, is very important, that we do also not only come with a Western perspective and we say this is how we need to do it, which is a bit ridiculous because what we did is we did quite a lot of things wrong. But it's also to ask the people on the ground, how have you done it? Because often local communities, indigenous communities do have a more sustainable perspective, and we should also include this more in economic development. And then also it's just transition. So the question, how do we transition from fossil fuel-based economies to more greener economies? And I think there is also very important that we include always a social perspective, so it's just transition and not only just transitioning from one economic system to another one. But as you say, I think it's of utmost importance to include the people on the ground and to ask them, how did you do it for the long time?
And ask what is possible
Yes,
on the ground.
sure.
I think that's what I see in Nepal. Sometimes Westerners, they come and they have their ideas, but they don't see what's possible or not. And what they're able to do or not. And I think that's a big part of the problem as well. We don't understand from the Western part of the world what's happening in Africa or in Nepal and how we can really support them.
No, I totally agree, yeah.
Thank you. I now have a question for you, Kabiosi. How do you feel your work with athletic development has empowered communities to take ownership of their economic development?
As we always said, education is the number one, okay? And also we need to add following up, you need to work with the people after educating them. Whatever you bring on the table, you need to work and follow up and see whether what you brought on the table, they are able to do it. Once they are able to do it, there will be change. If there can be change for one person, there will be change for the two, and then the whole entire community, there will be change on it. As example, I'll take that, okay, in like Kokrobite where we live, we brought the plastic bottle building. You know, they didn't know anything about it. I learn it, I educate other people, I let them do it. I let them teach other people. So, low-cost building. The building they were living before was not good. Now they have the recycling bottle building. They can do it themselves. It helps them to also to get money and to help others. So education and follow up with whatever we brought on the table, it will help to develop whatever we talk about for profit.
And sport plays a huge part in that, because a lot of the way that we maintain contact with the children and people that we work with is through sport. So we have 3 boys football teams, we have a girls football squad, which when we started it, we had envisaged that maybe we'd get 12 to 15 girls. We actually have 60, and they train regularly. And by doing that, it's a great way to maintain contact within the community. We're able to, through sport, offer them a lot of opportunities in terms of visiting football coaches, training sessions for them, and other educational opportunities. So sport is a great gateway to actually maintaining contact in a community and bringing people alongside. And from there, they become interested in other things that you do.
Thank you. As we conclude our conversation on economic development, I'd like each of you to share your vision for the future. What role does the younger generation carry in transforming economic systems towards greater equity? Additionally, how can we support and amplify their impact in this process? Kabiosi, I'd like to start with you.
How can we support them? The same way, it's the same work we have to do.
You have to be there for them. I'm sorry, I sound a bit like a broken record. You have to be prepared, I think, for the long haul. You have to accept them for who they are and accept the culture and what that stands for. Because as we've said before, you can't be there to impose your own beliefs or your own preferences in some cases. I think you can bring about great change through education. I think it's an amazing way to empower young people. We're now at the stage where we have young women that we've been supporting since primary school who are now attending university. We've actually just got another one. Literally, she started university last week. She's going to be studying electrical engineering. But if somebody had asked me 20 years ago if that was a possibility in a community like ours, I can absolutely promise you that everybody would have said, no, 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 that can't happen. So change can come, but it takes time, it takes perseverance, and it takes great commitment, I think.
I'll add by saying that, okay, we have also to accept them to fail, and then to get to know that, okay, there will be better things ahead. Once they fail and they'll start again, they learn better and they become better person. And that can change, become positive things in the community.
Ms. Stratton, would you like to add something?
So for me, I would say I totally agree that bringing the tools to people. I mean, it's for us. We all study. We're all learning all the time. I mean, just having the opportunity to learn is one of the most important things. But then for me, it's very strongly giving young people the trust that what they say and what we all say is relevant. I mean, for example, at COP, it's very interesting. Young people are invited as being there as delegates to look what negotiators are doing. But then I would say Youngo, the youth constituency, which is there, they're still, I mean, what we feel, that old negotiators still don't listen to us at the same way as I think it would be relevant to listen to young people. I also have a strong background in sports, leading a youth organization in sports, and I think there what we learned is if you give young people, if you trust young people and you say, I believe that you can do with the tools that maybe you have hand over, education, but with the trust that you give these people, and then you say, I give you now responsibility to do something for yourself, I think then it will turn out great, as the forum here. I mean, this is like giving young people the responsibility to pull up an event like this, and it works out greatly. And I think why shouldn't that hold true for economic development and new measurements and new ways how we do economies and how we do talk about climate negotiations. So I think it's really a lot giving young people the trust and giving young people the responsibility to take the future in our own hands.
Sophie, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I think one I want to add is that to understand the complexity is very important. Education is key, and it's really important, but if the kids come to school hungry, thirsty, they had to walk for 2 hours, they won't be able to learn. So setting up a school and sending teachers there is fine, but we need to understand that that's what you were saying, the local circumstances, the complexity. Because if we see that the kids have been walking for 2 hours, the first thing they need is probably something to eat, so the brain is functioning, and maybe some clothes because they're getting cold. So understanding the complexity and trying, if we do have a project or development project somewhere, not only bring one thing, but try to with different parties, whatever, get the whole picture and help like on every end that possible.
And just maybe to add there, I think there again, it's important just to listen also. What do you need? Ask the people directly. It's what you said.
Yeah.
I also want to add something because when we are in the youth forum, and in Ghana, what happened last election, it showed that youth, they are the future leader. The youth, they make their voice heard, and they move the president, which was out. The lack of a lot of things, education, work, and no road, they were talking, but it was not going inside. So through the vote, they're moving from there, which means that the youth, they have voices. I know slowly Africa is going to change in 20 years, 25 years, and there will be a little bit development through education.
Thank you. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have for my questions, so we are now going to take a 2-minute break to allow you to process all of this information and to ask any final questions for the panelists. Keep the questions brief, and I'll try to get to as many as possible. Begin with questions from the audience. I would ask that you please state your name and your school, followed by a brief question. Yes, you in the back.
Hey, I'm Jackie. I'm from St. Charles International School, and I just have a quick question. So I'm from Mexico, and something that is seen there a lot regarding education is that there isn't a public education system and they go there, but often people end up dropping out because the education is so bad and it's so irrelevant to their daily lives and like it's really inapplicable that they end up saying this is useless and they drop out and they end up in child labor again. And it's just really like child labor is like a very significant problem in Mexico, to the point where at first I looked down on it and now I'm like, well, people need the money sometimes, and I don't think that sacrificing your child's education is a good thing, but you get the point. But I just wanted to ask, what do you believe that is, like, should be included in an education of someone so that they keep being motivated to learn and not drop out, as often happens in public schools in Mexico?
Jane, would you like to answer?
Sure. I think the key thing, believe it or not, is actually down to the teachers. The teachers need to be interested in what they're doing, and the teachers need to be interesting. Alongside that, you've got to have quality resources. Your teachers need to be trained. In Ghana, the last estimate was we have something like 70% of our teachers are unqualified and untrained. It's not at all unusual for a young person to complete junior high school sometimes, or senior high school on a Friday, and then to find themselves standing in front of a class on the following Monday, because they've got themselves a job as a teacher in a private low-fee paying school where no qualifications are required. And they just see that as a good option for them. It's not necessarily something they want to do. It's not their chosen path, but it means that they are guaranteed an income, albeit a very low income, but it means that they have a guaranteed income. But, you know, in reality, they have no idea what they're doing. It's not their fault. But, you know, this is where Ghana falls down. And also we have a challenge with a lot of churches and religious institutions will set up schools, which families like, because they believe that if something is connected with their chosen religion, it's going to be good. But unfortunately, those schools typically will use untrained, unqualified teachers. So it's a huge challenge. It's something that people are constantly working on, but it's going to involve a massive change in the culture and their perception of what a quality education is. You're welcome.
Any other questions? Oh, wow.
Lots.
You in the green here.
Hi, I'm Etienne from Carey Academy. Could any of you, a lot of people in the panel discussed how we must respect cultural values and cultural beliefs of the regions we work in. And then a lot of people extensively discussed as well how women are often deprived of education in these developing regions. And to an extent, we see that this is because of cultural beliefs surrounding the role of women in the household. How do we balance respecting cultural beliefs while also ensuring that women have the right to education and to operate freely in society?
Kabiosi, would you like to answer? Oh, sorry.
Women, I know in Africa that the question you are asking is the right thing, is happening. Okay, and that's why we are there. That's why we want to make a change and give chances to young girls to make sure that, okay, we give them the chance to to give them education. Make sure that, okay, when they start, they don't drop out. Give them the support. Not because my mother did not go to school, doesn't mean that, okay, I shouldn't go to school. We have to try to encourage the family also and make sure that, okay, they support their daughters, the young boys and the young girls. It's the same right they're giving to the boy, they have to give the same right to the girl. And I know it's not easy, but we are getting there. As Jane said, that, okay, we have 2 girls in the university. For us, is something positive. And we always encourage girls to go to school. And we want more and more. And once it's happening like that, we will have the equal right for the 2 genders. I know it's not easy, but we are getting there.
Maybe I add with a quite simple example that we just encounter in remote villages in Nepal. There are like girls and women who are, how do you say, if they're menstruating, they need to hide. Huh?
Yeah.
For 7 days, they're put somewhere far. Either they're like with the cows in the stable, or they need to go into a separate house. During these 7 days, they're not allowed to go to school because they think it's something bad. And there we're back to education. Educate them. That's something natural. Give them also like what they need for these days to the women, and explain to the men, there's nothing bad happening. That's nature. It's only a small thing, but that's where we need to start.
Absolutely.
And like for example, in La Guajira, it's a desert in northern Colombia, and for example there, I was recently visiting, and I was intrigued by a school, a kite school, and what they face the problem is, so they're teaching the boys kite surfing, the small boys of the indigenous families. But then with the girls of the indigenous families, they face exactly what you say. Often the parents would not allow the girls to also have them be taught kite surfing, because they say, no, but the girls are working for the families and they're selling products. But at the same time, so I arrived there and I supported the school, and so I was the only woman there with the male teachers, and I started talking to the girls around and teaching them a bit about wind. And suddenly, like the next day, more girls were joining. And I think it's a process, what you also said. It doesn't change from one day to the other, but it's if we have a small example where we see that works, the next day and then the next years, if you include the families and you explain to the parents that this also can be beneficial for the whole family. Why? Because then the girls maybe have another income than only selling the jewelry. I think this is in the long run. It's a process, but in the long run, it can definitely change.
Any other questions? You in the pink.
Hi, I'm Mariah Amalia, and I'm from St. George's School, International School in Montreal. And I was wondering, as a student, how can I help to solve the problem and help with global poverty?
Ms. Rodden, would you like to start?
Yeah, so I think there are plenty of, I think the first thing is probably like, look, what is the issue? I mean, we heard there are like a lot of issues connected to, let it be economic development, global poverty. What's the issue that you are intrigued by the most? Something that you personally feel you're interested about it. And then there are plenty of organizations. I mean, you could join your organization, join as a volunteer, support them. But what is about maybe building up our own organization? For example, I'm with a Swiss youth organization, and we actually do have quite a regular contact with the Swiss delegation at the climate conference. So that means that even with a youth organization, you can, over time, if you also gain trust of authorities, you can have a direct link to the negotiators in the room or to the people holding power and the decision makers. So I think it's really, think about the issue, what you're interested in the most, and then try and see if there are already organizations around, or if you want to actually build up, maybe with friends around, build up your own organization, and then contact people on the ground to see what is needed and what could you do.
Absolutely. You know, there are so many organizations out there like ours doing similar work. There's lots of ways that you can support. Sometimes it's just as simple as when you see posts on social media, sharing those posts to actually increase the network of that organization. So more people are gaining awareness of what's going on. And then in terms of support, there's lots of different things that people do. We have educational sponsorship programs that both individuals and groups of people support. We have various programs for our girls, that we have some of our junior ambassadors who are outside of Ghana that they support and help devise and put together. So there's lots of possibilities out there.
Any other questions? You in the back. There. Thanks.
This is a bit the same as the other question, but I know right now in Afghanistan, women are not allowed to attend school above the 6th grade. I wonder if any of you have ever worked in a country where you faced legal restrictions on who you were allowed to educate and how you would tackle that if you haven't.
Sophie, would you like to?
Well, you need to change the politics. Good luck in Afghanistan. No, I think that on this level, that's rather like politics you try or worldwide pressure. But this also needs to be balanced because you don't know which way it's going. But as you say in Afghanistan, this is going to be hard from outside to actually do something. So I wouldn't know. I mean, once again, back, if possible, education and hoping that the next generation is going to change the mind. And we need to keep trying. But with respect to Afghanistan, I think it's really, really almost impossible to change it at the moment. But we need to try to keep changing it. But maybe you have a better solution on a global perspective.
No, but I would say the only hope, I think, in situations or in regions where, as you say, the government is just not allowing people to access education, for me there, a hope is technology. Yeah. And if we see there that, for example, with providing internet via satellites, I mean, I don't want to start another political discussion, but I think technology can, even in closed-up systems and strongly regulated system, can be, with the right intentions, a way to circumvent governments which are not allowing their own population to have free resources or access to education at all. And I think there may be I think there are certain projects around also in connection to Afghanistan, which are trying via technology to at least provide a certain form of still education.
Unfortunately, that is all the time we have, as this session is now coming to an end. I would like to thank the audience for your questions and participation, as well as the panelists for sharing their experiences and insights into our very important topic. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
That has been developed that promises to dramatically improve our ability to edit the DNA of any species, including humans.
This aspect of nature. We had many eras in human history where we accepted conditions of tremendous filth, and we just thought that was the way things are.
The past 30 years has seen some of the greatest and most groundbreaking medical technologies come to life. Just last month, biomedical engineers developed a new gene editing tool, CRISPR, that could be remotely regulated. As these technologies start to be incorporated into the medical industry, many ask themselves the questions, when do we know when to stop? What is ethical? In 2019, a Chinese scientist was imprisoned for managing the first gene-edited twin babies. Some predicted that the demand for designer babies would increase, but this slowly died down. The process of IVF has recently also been seen as a way for individuals to satisfy their demand for designer babies. They can make selective choices on specific traits. Other important questions have also arisen in regards to pharmaceuticals and the equitable distribution of medication, in regards to new cancer therapies, and who gets first access to these small-scale treatments, in regards to AI, and whether we should allow it to replace certain medical jobs. The World Health Organization recently stated that in 2021 and 2022, 4.5 billion people, half the world population, didn't have access to essential health services. Likewise, 2 billion people face severe financial hardship when paying out of pocket for services and products they need. After years of research and testing, we have finally reached a pivotal point in the development of healthcare. We can now have technologies to prolong our lifespan and improve our quality of life. But to what extent should ethics be taken into account as we make our way towards the new world of healthcare? Hello, my name is Sybil Duport, and I am an 11th grade student here at ISL. I'm a member of the YFS series and website team. I would like to welcome you today to the Medicine, Innovations, and Ethics panel. Joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome 3 experienced professionals who all have key and unique insights in various fields of healthcare. I would first like to present Dr. Srishti Gupta, a global health leader. She works to blend medicine, public health, and business to drive impactful initiatives such as vaccine delivery and disease regulation. She is currently on the board of a front-runner biopharmaceutical company focusing on innovative and small molecule therapies. I would now like to welcome Mr. Joe Romanelli, a distinguished leader in global pharmaceuticals. He served as president of Human Health International at MSD. As CEO of Jixing Pharmaceuticals, he focused on delivering innovative cardiovascular and ophthalmology treatments to improve patient outcomes. And finally, I would like to welcome Dr. Suzanne Rogers, Chief Physician at the Aarau Kantonsspital. She specializes in radio-oncology and neuro-oncology. She has been a key member in advancing cancer therapies in Switzerland and takes part in various organizations, such as the European Society for Radio-Oncology. Please join me in welcoming the panelists. The first 25 minutes of this session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I've prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you have about ethics in medicine. I would like to open the panel with a group question. What frameworks or guidelines do you use to determine whether a medical practice is ethical, particularly when scientific innovation outpaces regulation? Mr. Romanelli, would you like to begin?
Yeah, first, thank you for having us here. It's a really pleasure for all of us to be here with all of you. I would say, when we embark upon clinical research and most importantly, discovery research, there are a lot of frameworks that already exist, such as the framework from Helsinki that talks about how we can ensure that we're pushing the forefronts of technology and development and discovery, but at the same time making sure that we use clinical equipoise. So we're not going to develop something that is going to harm, so do no harm. Second, we're not looking to develop something that we already have a solution for, so we're looking to develop things outside of areas where we already have innovative solutions. And then lastly, it really comes down to, I work for one company, I don't work for all companies. It really comes down to the culture of the company and what the company stands for. We'll talk a little bit about pricing and the impact of pricing, and you talked about access. But I work for a company that's been around for 130 years, and our philosophy during those 130 years is that essentially medicine is for the people, profits will follow. So we work with that framework that we're looking to see how many people can we help. It's really two simple things. How many people can we reach, and what type of help can we provide to them? So we don't fall outside of the frameworks that already exist. We try to work within those frameworks. I think the world has done a really nice job of ensuring that companies, academic centers, and others align to that framework.
Thank you. Would anybody like to add on to this?
Maybe just from the public health standpoint, I think building on Joe's points, I think there's 4 things we like to think about. Do no harm, which is what Joe's just said. Do some good, which is sort of the value of adding a new innovative therapy into the space. Giving the patients the autonomous right to make an informed decision about what's going to happen to their bodies. And lastly, the area that I think is the most important from the public health standpoint, and especially from a global health standpoint, is a fair and equitable distribution of access and resources. So as we think about innovations, how do we make sure we're also thinking about making them available at a global scale?
Yep, and we'll also be able to talk a little bit more about this. I would now like to focus more specifically on cancer. Dr. Suzanne Rogers, could you briefly explain what proton and photon cancer therapies are, and what ethical considerations you face when choosing who gets priority access to advanced cancer treatments?
Well, thank you, Sybil, for the invitation for today. So as a radiation oncologist, we have several forms of radiotherapy available to us. The most common is photon radiotherapy, as you say. This is high-energy X-ray treatments. But we also have particle therapy, protons, electrons, and also radioactive sources, depending on the indication. Protons versus photons is the main decision that we need to make. Photons are the commonest form of cancer therapy. High energy X-rays, a diagnostic X-ray, for example, for a broken arm you'll be familiar with, is kilovolt, 10 to the power of 3. Therapeutic X-rays to kill cancer is megavolt, 10 to the power of 6. We need to damage DNA such that cells stop dividing, and that's why it needs to be very targeted just to the tumor and as little dose as possible to the normal tissues. That's why in certain circumstances, protons may have an advantage. If you imagine my hand as the skin, with a photon beam there's an entry dose, and then there's a fall-off dose, very much like going down the side of a mountain. Very steep fall-off, but some low energy exit dose. Whereas with protons, it's rather like a cliff. There's also the entrance dose, but then there's a plateau. Due to the physics of the protons, something called the Bragg peak phenomenon, the particles stop, rather like falling off a cliff, and that enables us to give high dose to a tumor in some regions, and as long as there's maybe 5 millimeter gap between the tumor and the normal structure that we're trying to shield, there is no exit dose, and there can be sparing of the tissues beyond where we're trying to treat. So in certain circumstances, there is an advantage to protons over photons.
And what type of ethical considerations do you face when deciding who will get access to some of these treatments?
So you're right, proton therapy is regulated. It's much more expensive than photon therapy. It's much more labor intensive, and there's a restricted number of spaces. So I think the easy decision is to offer it to all children. All children in Switzerland go for proton radiotherapy because we don't want to expose any normal tissues to radiation dose that isn't necessary. And then there's quite a short list of indications that are recognized, for example, base of skull tumors, where we knew what to give high dose to a brain tumor, but no dose to the visual nerve, for example, so as to don't make patients blind, potentially, after treatment. So the list is generated by the Ministry of Health, the BAG, Bundesamt für Gesundheit, and the insurance companies as a list of what's reimbursed. But if we feel that a patient would benefit and it's not on that list, then we negotiate with the insurance company and it can still be approved. So my role is really to advocate for my patient to make sure they have the best care that they need and not to consider too much the health economics for the country, which is a much more difficult discussion.
Thank you. Connecting to what Dr. Rogers said, Dr. Gupta, what ethical considerations should be taken into account when scaling public health programs in countries with diverse healthcare systems and cultural norms?
It's a great question, and I think it's not a simple answer. I think Dr. Rogers alluded to sort of the elephant in the room of healthcare, which is who pays. And around the world, there's different models for who pays for innovation and who pays for healthcare and who pays for these services. In some countries, there's private insurance, which you can pay for. In countries like the US, there's actually employer-based insurance, so you get insurance as part of your job. But in many countries around the world, it is part of the government. It's the Ministry of Health, in combination with the Ministry of Finance, who have to decide. And as we think about balancing these considerations, not only do we have to know that the science will work and that it's come to some regulatory standard where we know that we've proven the science works in a way that's consistent with a framework of looking at the trial and looking at the data that comes from it, but then we have to look at the health economics. And that's going to vary by country. And so some countries don't, unfortunately, have enough in their budgets to pay for some of the most advanced therapies because of their costs. Or the way they think about costs is that they value short-term benefits over long-term benefits. So something like a gene therapy, which can be curative over the long term, is just so prohibitively expensive that they would value short-term treatments because it's something that the budgeting process can work out. So I think as we dive deeper into health economics and helping inform health economists decide the budgets of certain countries, the paying aspect of healthcare is going to be an important lever in terms of ethical delivery.
Thank you very much for your insight. I would now like to shift towards the business-related side of healthcare. Mr. Romanelli, as someone with business and healthcare responsibility, how do you balance business priorities with ethical considerations in drug pricing?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think it goes back to the quote that I said before. Again, we try never to forget that medicine is for the people, profits will follow. Now, every company is different. Every company has a different ethos, they have a different objective. So I can only talk about how our company approaches it. And I'll give you one great example. Many years ago, in fact, you worked on this probably when you were at Schering-Plough, we had a drug called pegylated interferon. It was used for hepatitis C patients. And those patients would get pegylated interferon, essentially boost your immune system so that you can fight the virus. Now, unfortunately, it only really worked in about 30% of patients. And so, we did a lot of research, companies were doing a lot of research. How can we change that to get a better, what we call SVR, so it's a sustained virological response, really reduce the virus. And there were biotechs working on this, and one found a way to create a direct-acting antiviral, so you would fight the virus in the cell. We'd been working with that company for a very long time, and we wanted to acquire them. And we thought, okay, we'll put together a model. We're thinking about, we're taking the cure from $25,000 cost, and maybe it would be higher, and then we put together a proposal to that company and said, we would like to acquire you for $8 billion. Now, that company was acquired for $12 billion by another company. Now, the other company looked at that same equation and said, well, if the cost of a cure is $86,000, because you're also paying for the failures, right? So you charge $25,000, maybe you get a 30% response rate. Well, to get a real response rate, and we know we can because we can reduce the virus, is $86,000. That company said, we're going to charge $86,000 for this treatment, which essentially was $1,000 per pill. So this company chose a very different model compared to our company, who looks at the value proposition of our treatments very differently. We have a tier-based value proposition. So whenever we look at, what is the right thing that we can do to, first of all, change the patient's life. So we look at everything around that patient. So what is the patient suffering from? Are there current treatments available? What is the standard of care? What, as we said earlier, what is the healthcare economics of that treatment option? So how can we do comparative effectiveness studies? What's the supply chain that we can then reach that patient? Do we go to India? Do we go to China? Do we have to do it in Singapore and Ireland? What do we need to do as a company, all the way starting from discovery through clinical studies into commercialization, to ensure that most patients have access to this treatment? Not all people in the world have access to clean water, so you're already going to be trying to solve problems. How can we ensure that patients get access early? And in the US, as we referenced before, it happens very early. In Europe, sometimes because you're negotiating with the government, it can take upwards of 2 to 3 years for patients to get access. In the emerging markets, sometimes it happens even faster, but we use very different methods of pricing to ensure that patients get broad access by working with partners. And I'll give a great example in oncology. So we have the world's leading oncology product. It's a PD-1 antibody, programmed death 1 antibody called pembrolizumab. We went into India. The Indian government does not want to reimburse this product, and they view it as really it's going to cost too much, so we sell it in the private market. So if you're a patient and you turn up in Mumbai to Tata Medical Center, there's the private section and the public section, and patients really get both, because what we've been able to figure out is, how do we tier the cost of this medication so that if you are a high earner, you're probably going to pay more, but we're able to build 5 different tiers so that patients who or maybe have a lower income still have access to that treatment through patient assistance programs. So no system is really perfect, but we have to do the best we can by working with partners, third parties, to figure out, once we create an innovation, of course we have to, it has to be NPV positive, meaning that we have to turn a profit, essentially, because we want to spend money on additional research. We spent $30 billion on R&D last year, but it's important for us to extend access as broad as we can, because it's not only the right thing to do for patients, it's the right thing to do for our company. If you can go as broad as you can, you bring your costs down, and then you can treat more patients. So it's not easy. Every company has to approach it very differently and think about what's important to them. But I think as an industry, I think we're doing a much better job today than we did 10, 20 years ago.
Thank you very much, Mr. Romanelli, for your experience outlook on this. I would now like to ask some burning questions to the panel. In the past decade, major steps have been made in the development of gene editing. How do we address ethical concerns related to gene editing technologies? Mrs. Gupta, would you like to begin?
The range of considerations in the gene editing space, and I mean, gene editing itself is it's a broad area. Are you going in with exogenous DNA sources and kind of providing an additional source of a protein through the DNA, or are you trying to correct the DNA at an embryonic stem cell level? And so I think that the technology is outpacing very rapidly our both legal frameworks, our understanding from the regulatory standpoint, and as you had an interesting story at the onset about the Chinese researcher who did this gene editing. I mean, in actuality, the gene editing that this Chinese researcher did was to make this embryo resistant to HIV. It was sort of a very simple gene that they just sort of said, let's make this just child resistant to HIV. And so when you start to think about it as a human, you're just like, okay, well, that doesn't actually sound so bad. That sounds like a good thing. And if we could do this, like, why wouldn't we do this thing? But then the level of where do you draw the line? And I mean, I'm very optimistic about the idea that we can find cures for things that are single gene mutations that are rare diseases or debilitating diseases like spinal muscular atrophy. But at the same time, the technology is trying to also do a range of other things, which I'm not sure we know enough yet to be able to manage.
Would you like to add something on this, Roger?
Completely agree. I think we definitely need to go with the preclinical trials, the clinical trials. We need to be sure, even if this is Nobel Prize winning work, that there aren't off-target effects, that there isn't mosaicism, which it means it just happens in some cells but not all, because these are germline mutations. It's the most powerful tool we have, but it also has potential for misuse. But it would be very exciting for type 1 diabetes, for Duchenne muscular dystrophy, for cystic fibrosis, and in my sphere, CAR T-cell therapy, which was a huge development in terms of activating T-cells, your own immune cells, to fight your own cancer through chimeric antigens. So this is a mutation such that your T-cells can detect a protein on your tumor cells. It's very targeted to the tumor. And that is now in practice, but the problem is these T-cells have a very short half-life in the body, and it's thought maybe through CRISPR that this could be a more sustainable response. So it's got great potential, but we have to be careful with misuse. It's slightly the plot of any action film. There's always a powerful tool, but there's always a baddie that wants to do something bad with it, and we just have to be careful with our governments, with our framework, with our regulation. Hopefully we have enough integrity and our own moral code that we want to do the best with this, but we mustn't go too quickly. I think that's very important.
But what makes me, reflect and think positively about where we're going is that we've been asking these questions with stem cells. We were asking it with recombinant DNA, go all the way back to radiation. So we're constantly pushing, innovation. You're going to push the boundaries. There's going to be some risk. And as long as we continue to, keep up with the pace of that innovation with the right kind of stop measures, with the right frameworks, with the right regulation, I think we'll be in a pretty good spot. You all sitting here, you should feel really good. The way, where we were during, our age sitting here, medicine was very different, right? We didn't have a lot of the treatments that we have today. Cancer patients are almost cured at times from different therapies. You have patients who have viruses that they're cured. So where we are today, I can't even imagine where we're going to be 30 years from now.
But it's also very important to remember that we're the lucky ones. With radiation, we're talking about whether we use 1 millimeter or 2 millimeter margins, whether we use protons or photons. These are very much first world problems. Some other work I did was on looking at radiotherapy access in low and middle income countries. That's 3 billion people, 2/3 of whom don't have access to any form of radiotherapy. That's 2 billion people. And radiotherapy is needed by 50% of people with cancer. It can cure 40% of patients with cancer, and it's often used otherwise for pain control, bleeding, palliative measures. And we need to really consider how we're going to extend access to radiotherapy in low and middle income countries.
And the issue with that too is, getting it there is one thing, but having the expertise there is another. For Indonesia, it's a growing market, 300 million people. You know how many oncologists they have in Indonesia? 200 for 300 million people. In India, they have 2,000, right? In China, it's about 35,000, so they've done much better to train those. So not just getting treatments there, but also ensuring that we have the healthcare system, the infrastructure that can leverage those treatments for patients is important.
For sure. This is all the time I have in terms of my questions. Thank you to all the panelists for their experienced views on the ethical challenges we are facing and might face as a society. As we continue to improve the sector of healthcare, we must remember that it is health that is real wealth and not pieces of gold and silver. Hence, let's take care of those in need in the best way possible. We are now going to take a 1-minute break to allow you to process all of this information and get questions ready for the panelists. Please keep them brief, and I will do my best to get as many as possible.
We will now begin with questions from the audience. I would ask you to please state your name and school, followed by a brief question. Young man in the middle.
Thank you. My name is Maximilian Christoph Schirmer, and I'm a student at ISDL. Considering that the technology, as it advances, will be more tailored to the individual and the individual problem, how do we prevent that companies will start doing private work, that the ones that can afford these individual, personally tailored cures will be the only ones who have access to it?
Mr. Romanelli, would you like to begin?
Okay. So, you know, I think that it's not necessarily true. Previously I talked about immuno-oncology. You know, in a world where you did have targeted therapy, so we're going to really focus on targeting the individual patient, and you know, CAR-T is a great exemplar of that, right? Where we're really focusing on one patient. It's a very expensive process. We're developing it in vaccines. It takes a long time, very cumbersome, but then we've also created the ability to take one subcutaneous shot and make it applicable to 40 different indications, 25 different tumor types, you know, and it's sort of agnostic to patient, wherever they are in the world. It works better in some, you know, some areas of the world, other areas of the world maybe not as much, but still you get some efficacy. So I think we're doing both as an industry. We are going after areas, particularly when you think about rare disease, where you can, and that's where we're seeing CRISPR being used, where two companies, one is Vertex and the other one is Blue Ridge Bio, have used this technology to go after sickle cell anemia. Not a lot of patients, and it's expensive treatment, expensive therapy, but really focusing in on the individual patient. So as a company, we try to do both in areas where we can do both, but I don't think that all of us are rushing to just, you know, personalize medicine for this individual.
If I could just add to that, I mean, I think overwhelmingly a lot of what's available out right now in medicine is actually small molecule. And what you can tailor or personalize or understand better is what is an individual's response to that small molecule, so that to that pill. I think we get very excited about the innovations and personalizing things in tumor typing and doing CAR-T things, but in terms of access to medicines around the world, small molecules are still the dominant form of how we're doing therapy right now. I encourage a lot of healthcare systems to be more mindful about, is my patient actually responsive to this small molecule? But in terms of supply chain, accessibility, price, and all of those things, it's still overwhelmingly small molecule.
And what's great about the technology is we're taking the proteins that we're talking about before, and we're now converting them to small molecules. So we have macrocyclic peptides, where we're taking what previously would have been delivered in a shot or an IV, and we're converting it to a small molecule, taking a very high-cost medication and basically making it, you know, pennies to $1 a day, so that you can distribute it around the world. And we have the first one, which will probably finish its phase 3 testing in about a year or two.
Oh, thank you. That will be very impactful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You?
So the actual course of study, like specific, like genetics, is not very widely seen at universities. So like actually studying genetics instead of getting a degree that has a focus on genetics. Why do you think that is? It's like,
I'll let the physician.
That's an excellent question. You're right, I've never seen a BSc just in genetics. It's probably part of medicine most commonly, or biology, or neuroscience, or bioscience. But I think you're right, there would be enough for a 3-year bachelor program just in genetics.
I mean, some universities do offer it, especially where I've lived in England, but not a lot of them. It's not very widely spread, but genetics has been getting very more advanced nowadays. So just wondering why.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I agree with you that there's definitely a gap in terms of having curriculum keep up with the things that we're learning. I was a molecular and cellular biology major, And by the time I finished my medical training, so much of what, we didn't even have like pluripotent stem cells. Like that was sort of like, we were reading papers on discovering mechanisms. And so if I give any advice as a young person who really wants to go into these areas, I mean, learn how to read papers, because that's the most important thing, because that's where the innovation is going to come from. Think about statistics and understanding how do you understand what data is good and not good. But the actual mechanisms and things will keep evolving. There'll be a mutation, and there'll be an upstream mutation, and there'll be even an upstream mutation. And it's hard to just keep up with the body of knowledge, but build the skill sets to be able to continuously evolve your body of knowledge.
And don't use ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Read the articles.
Thank you. In the back there. In the man, or behind, yeah, in the middle.
Thank you. I'm Everett Johnson. I go to the International School of Geneva. I have a question for Mr. Romanelli. So I don't really understand how you can reconcile saying your company is supporting humans when your company filed a lawsuit against the US government for their drug negotiation program. And I was wondering if you could explain why that is. And furthermore, if Dr. Gupta could follow up, I saw that you're part of the TB Alliance, and tuberculosis is really a disease that persists because of the greed of drug care companies, and just wondering if both of you could speak to that a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question. So yes, we sued actually we were the first company to sue the US government. The reason we sued them is they implemented what was called the IRA. So the IRA in many forms was supposed to help with inflation in the US. As part of that, they want to negotiate prices for Medicare and Medicaid. Now, that's fine. We do that around the world. I do that here in Switzerland. I do it in many parts of Europe, other parts. What we didn't agree with is it wasn't a negotiation. Basically, it was, we're going to tell you what you're going to sell it at, and even if that is below cost, that's acceptable. So that's what we're really suing. And the other thing is that part of that process, we would have to agree that it was a fair negotiation. So we really, it was really around ripeness that we were suing them. Essentially, it was, you're asking us to agree to something that we don't agree with. We actually have already gone through the first negotiation for a product called sitagliptin for diabetes. And in reality, we've done that around the world as well. So it was more about the process of what was happening versus the outcome of what was happening. So we're aligned with getting patients more access. What we don't want to do is have a process that isn't fair and equitable.
On your TB question, so it's estimated that around the world there's about 500 million cases of active TB and about 2.5 billion cases of latent TB. And one of the reasons that TB persists is because it stays in these sort of granulomas that get tucked away and hidden and doesn't come active because it's a disease of poverty. And so when your nutrition levels go down or your sanitation goes down or there's other infections like HIV was a really big one, but COVID actually turned out to be a big one during the pandemic, this TB starts to come out of these granulomas and then it becomes active. And the TB Alliance has been working with a range of partners on developing new products for TB. And the WHO last summer released the BPAL regimen, which is supposed to shorten and bring down it's useful in both drug-resistant and drug-sensitive TB. And it is meant to shorten the time that people are on the TB regimen so that they can actually adhere to the entire regimen. One of the reasons TB persists is because of this latent TB, but the other reason is actually the diagnostics that were previously used to distinguish between sensitive and resistant TB. But the advent of this new sort of one-all regimen, the BPAL regimen, is giving physicians the ability not to have to diagnose whether it's resistant or sensitive, so no longer dependent on the availability of diagnostic tests. So we're expecting to see a major push in the ability to treat TB worldwide. And TB Alliance is very excited about long-acting injectable TBs. I don't know if you've, TB drugs, if you're following the HIV case, Gilead released a long-acting injectable called lenacapavir, which is a twice yearly. And if we could get something for TB where you're basically pre-exposure for prophylaxis for this TB coming out of the granulomas, we think we can make a big push, even in the absence of a vaccine on TB drugs.
And just to get to your question too about patients, I'd encourage you to read the story of Mectizan. So ivermectin, which became very popular with COVID, we developed that 35 years ago. When we developed it, we were able to surmise that this could cure river blindness. Now, river blindness generally happens in South America and sub-Saharan Africa. So we've developed it for the past 35 years. We've given it away. Last year, we essentially reached 500 million patients. 250 million of them came from what I do. The other 250 million are the donation program that we've been doing for the past 35 years to cure river blindness. It's pretty much, cured in Latin America, not quite there with sub-Saharan Africa. But there are many companies, if you read those stories, that people are working very hard to try to cure disease. It is a business, though, and in order to be, to remain a business, you have to turn a profit to invest in R&D. So I think some people tend to focus on that piece versus some of the outcomes that happen.
And just the last point on the R&D, I mean, we have Novartis is a company based in Switzerland that has done it's the largest provider of malaria medications. But without money for R&D, it would not have been able to do the pediatric formulation. So the drug was tested and available for adults, but not available in a liquid format for pediatric patients. So working with the WHO, it's available at cost or COGS, cost of goods sold. But part of the reason that there is even some money coming back from it is that it can reinvest in formulations so that they're available to vulnerable populations like pregnant women and children.
Thank you very much. That is all the time we have today, as this session is now coming to an end. I would like to thank the audience for your questions and participation, as well as all the panelists for sharing their experienced perspectives into our very important topic.